Good evening. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the eye test. I'm going to use this one. Oh, I'm going to put a double roll on it. Yeah, it's Wednesday night, 19th of February. In about 3 more weeks, we'll be back to daylight savings time. Yay! And summer won't be long. We have some discussions that we have to discuss with you tonight. We really appreciate you guys joining us. And hey,
what's up, brother?
We've got a face we hadn't seen here in a couple of minutes. Mr. C-Dub, welcome, sir. Good to see
what's
you.
up? What's up, man? Good family. Got to have some time with Mr. John. Miss you guys. And, you and Winston. I know y'all been busy out here. And I've been doing morning shows, so it kind of throws me off my schedule. But I was a bit awake, so I was like, you know what? I'll join the guys real quick. Spend a little hour or so with you guys. But, yeah, man. We got the Beer Game Morning Crew where we're going to do some debates talking about kind of the same stuff we're going to talk about tonight, actually.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to tell you, that same scheduling issue that you have with, your morning show, that's what I have also, because I'm not functional until 1 or 2:30 in the afternoon. And that's why I've been missing. That's why I've been missing your morning shows. But one of these mornings.
Oh, we're gonna get you on, John. Don't worry. I am committed. I will have you on. And worst case, John, I can always do a show where I can bring you on when you're normally up, so you don't have to worry. I will be adjustable for you, my man. So
I appreciate that. I really do. Don't bend over backwards on my account. Just do your normal thing.
Hold on.
And I see it's your show, and I will, make it your show.
But what I'm saying is that how we talk about stuff, and then it's like, all right, let's talk about some football. Then you're like going, man, we're not even at the key points to really talk about it. So it kind of gets frustrating, but it's been a good challenge. I've actually really enjoyed trying to come up with different things and try the different ways to look at stuff and trying to analyze some things. So, it's been a challenge to say the least. So
yeah. And tonight we're going to try not to really force the football issue because we've got some combination football and basketball business to discuss because of, the All-Star game. And, I'll tell more, once everybody comes in and we can really get everything crunked up. But to the ones viewing, the link is in the chat part. I've been having some issues with StreamYard. I don't know what's going on. I've lost my Facebook page and can't get it. So I know Winston's in the background and he's posting the chat everywhere else so that everybody can look at it. But for those of you who come in, the link is in the chat. Well, let me put it up here on the screen.
Yep. And then let's not forget.
Everybody can see it.
By the way, nice podium, nice preacher pulpit you got there at your place now after last couple of sermons. I mean, speaking engagements you had, my friend.
Well, I thought I'd try something different.
I liked it. I loved it. I'm a fan of it, bro. You did awesome.
Yeah, kind of experimenting with some things because, I really wanted to set it up kind of like an interview room or something of that nature after a football game because I got the idea from Vic DiBitetto. You remember the man from New York?
Yes, the Giants fan. The Giant fan? Is it the Giants fan? Oh, God. I watch his stuff a lot. I die laughing watching his stuff. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I discovered him some years back, and he used to have me cracking up. But that I use him as an example of a real fan. And speaking of a real fan, I'd like to welcome in my partner, Mr. Winston Thornton, up there in Richmond, Virginia. What's going on, Winston?
What's happening?
It's good to see you. Well, I at least hear you. I see your handprint as you're driving, so
Oh no, I'm sitting.
Okay.
I had to go out of town for work. So we got an Airbnb, but I ain't trying to be super loud up under some outside in the car.
Oh, okay.
Totally understand, man. I'm trying to get I don't know, guys. I've been to hotels. I may have to look at an Airbnb. I don't know if I have to go out of town and do something like that. I don't know. I think I could probably relax better in an Airbnb after the freaking disaster I had with a rental. Woo.
Yeah, man, it's better. It's better to get an Airbnb every time. Unless you go to like Hilton or something.
Oh.
look at that. What's up, Keely?
We doing.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, there's Keely. El Jefe.
Yeah, Jefe. Long time no see.
On?
Hey, another day in paradise.
I'm noticing your facial expression and you scanning the room. Is there some, what?
No, I'm. So I have this open in one tab, and I'm checking prices for something in another tab.
Oh, okay, all right. See, I just got. Hey, look, hey, man, I got to check with you.
Yeah, my bad. So I knew I had this page open, but I'm sitting here trying to comparison shop over here with these other tabs.
Oh, okay. Hey, man, long as I'm not on the list, that's all right. I'm really concerned about it.
So as long as you don't see like a red line, John, you're where you are, you should be fine. You should, as long as there's no red dot, you're fine.
Well, I was told they're not even using those no more.
Jesus.
It's just boop.
Man.
Like the end of Wanted. You remember that picture with Morgan Freeman? He said, "Oh, mother."
Yep.
He was done.
Man, there's so many. Anyway, yeah, I remember some of those good movies.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Keely, where'd you go?
I'm right here. I just
Okay.
cut it on camera so I wouldn't be a distraction, so you wouldn't see
Oh
my
no,
eyes.
hey man, now that we Gucci, everything's straight, bro. Cause you gonna catch me looking in corners here in a minute. But at any rate, welcome guys, and welcome to everyone in the chat. Anybody that wants to join, the link is there in the chat. I can put it back up. I see 3 Dirty, Cool C are in. Brian Cornelius is in. Welcome all of you guys.
Oh shit. We had right now probably about 7 inches, but they said we're supposed to get over 12 inches by the end of the month.
Oh man! Oh, you got snow up there now?
It's snowing right now.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine that's in Virginia.
It's been snowing all day, like legit all day. Like down in Richmond's supposed to get like 6 to 7 inches. Out here in Hampton, shit, we already got about. I think we about at like 6 or 7 inches now.
Woo-hoo.
Was that Hampton Roads?
No, Hampton, Virginia, down about Newport News.
Oh, okay.
Like this jump. When I got out here, I probably got out here by like 10:30 this morning. And got cranked up or whatever. Probably by like 11:30. That's when it started snowing. It hasn't stopped yet.
Oh man, so y'all,
Lord Jesus,
y'all really up under it.
Yeah, man, we getting to it up here.
Yeah, man.
Real.
What? Because we had some snow northern, northeastern, northwestern part of the state, I think it was, and we had a little rain down here. I had to head up. I'm glad I didn't have to go above Beaufort, because they say it was kind of serious up that way. So didn't have to go above Beaufort, and I hightailed it back because it did start raining around about 10 o'clock this morning. But it was too warm for any snow. So I guess we were on the tail end of everything else you guys got today.
Yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is no joke.
And man, they talking about by Sunday, it's supposed to be in the mid-60s down here.
Yeah, someone's gonna die.
And man, I'm just waiting on daylight savings time. That's all I'm waiting. But I'm sick of this 5:30 sunset and all this junk.
Right.
Now, tonight, you and Keely came up with some topic ideas, and we're gonna deal with these tonight, and see where we go, because these are some very interesting topics you guys came up with. Thank y'all, because old man, I'm just trying to shave my beard straight. That's all I can do. It's about that time where somebody gonna have to start shaving me, because I can't be trusted with no razor.
Just let it grow out, John. Let it grow out. It'll look fine, man.
Yeah.
It's no problem.
Shit. The way my beard is on the sides of my face, it's gonna look like California after the fire. One tree here, one tree there, a scrub brush there, all that. No, you got to keep shaving this one.
You gotta exfoliate, my man.
That would. Yeah, I had that little roller with the little pins in it. They're rolling across my face and putting beard oil on and all that type of stuff. And all that did was just add about 6 or 7 more bumps I got to bust. So that's all right. That's all right.
Hey, I hear you. Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good.
That's all right. We'll be okay. Well, let's start topic number 1.
All right.
And topic number 1, I sent a message to you guys about adding something to that. And that topic number one is the NBA All-Star Weekend. And I wanted to add the Pro Bowl to that particular subject because of the fact that they suffer from similar situations. And this is just me, lack of interest being fueled by lack of excitement, lack of caring, lack of taking it seriously. I mean, both of these events, and I would say especially the NBA All-Star Weekend. Now, I don't mind the weekend with whatever it is that you guys do on Saturday, whatever it was that they did on Saturday. Okay, the 3-point shootout, the skills competition, the slam dunk contest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't mind, you know, what you do on Saturday night, but see, Sunday, and welcome Ron to the stage.
Yeah.
I don't mind what, you know, what goes on Saturday night. Now, one thing that I look at the 3-point contest, you know, because I and it's just an interesting thing to me because I like to see, you know, how people shoot the 3-point, and how skilled they are. But Sunday, the All-Star game or All-Star Sunday. Now, do you know? And somebody broke it down to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I quote this stat erroneously. Out of the 3 hours for the All-Star game, they only played basketball for 23 minutes.
I saw that stat too.
Everything else was commercials, interviews, other stuff. I say, because and the thing was, I didn't really notice it. I didn't really count it. I didn't really count it, or shall I say, I didn't think about it. 23 minutes of basketball out of 3 hours of All-Star game programming.
Sound like a major hustle.
I'm gone. I'm gone. Y'all take it. Y'all take it, Coffee Man. Oh my God.
All right. I guess let me start off. Here's the thing. You know what's bad? So hockey has their Four Nation thing going on. Tomorrow they're going to do the championship where United States play Canada again. And people lost their ever-loving mind because within the first 3 minutes of the game, or the first few seconds of the game, there were 3 fights. Now, I'm not saying you need to fight to, you know, drum up some, you know, some competitiveness. But the thing about hockey is there's no middleman. There's no people to talk to your people. They are those guys. They're playing these games. All right. Football was kind of legislated out of the Pro Bowl. I'm just touching on with John. So, you know, they've gradually done this pretty much adults, the NFL field day, they should call it. Because, you know, you got tug of war, you got all these games. Cool. And you know what? They're having fun with it. So I'm not even going to beat with that. I don't have a beef with it. If they're doing something they like and their, you know, fans are still somewhat into it, all right, do it. But the NBA, you got to do something. It's like this. The players have to take some accountability eventually. And you got to just play for pride. Kobe, and look, you got Kobe, you got Jordan, you have the greats. They played for pride. It was never the thing of, oh, well, what if I lose? They never had that thought. They just wanted to compete. This generation just doesn't have that. And it's sad because it's not like they can't compete, because they can. But when you watch some of these games, and then when you're trying to be innovative and you got Kevin Hart interviewing guys as the game's going and the stoppages, I recorded it thinking I'll watch it a little later and see how it goes when I have some time, because there was wrestling going on too. So I wanted to make sure to watch. But man, it felt like I could see where someone says, man, you watched 3 hours of wrestling, but how much actual wrestling time you had? Well, in this case, you had more time wrestling than you did more time watching basketball played. And the only people I feel terrible for are the fans that paid those tickets, because, and that's the other thing. It's like, at least with the All-Star game, those guys took it upon themselves to put on a show. You know, remember Larry Bird when he did the 3-point shot, you know, in his warm-ups, no less. But he was like, I'm going to shoot. And then you had guys like, you know, in the slam dunk competition, we talk about Jordan. Hell, we could talk about Levine and Gordon, the last two that actually had a good slam dunk competition. But we're talking about Matt McClung, who is, if I asked where does he play, we're all going to be looking. Well, it's a G League team, but you know we would have an issue trying to remember what game he played in. So I mean, those are just my thoughts about it. It's got to get on to the players. If the players will take it seriously and play, awesome. Let's watch. But if not, I don't know what to say.
It pissed me off because you do good all year, but you don't play. And who I'm talking about, LeBron James. You knew you wasn't going to play in the All-Star game. So why you did not say, well, I need to let somebody else take it, the other one play? You already knew this. You knew the night before the game you wasn't going to play. So why you didn't give it over to somebody else that deserved to be in that spot? Where's the leadership at? Back then, like C-Dub said, back then, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, they wanted to play to win. Leadership, they want to win. Michael Jordan, 30 points? Iverson, they wanted to win. Now, like everybody, hey, what's up? How you been doing? How the family? How the kids? Oh, yeah, your mama going out of town? Oh, really? Yeah. They don't care about no All-Star game. They just trying to see who are going to be there. I mean, right, LeBron, right, his resume. But still, he said his ankle was hurt. Okay, you knew that the night before. The night before, you knew you wasn't going to play. Why you didn't give it to a young basketball player? But you took the picture with the team.
In your street clothes?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay, what about a younger basketball player that played good all season, that deserved to be there? That deserve to be there. That my only issue. You got younger basketball players that play their ass off, and did not get a chance to play in the All-Star game, but you got LeBron James on the sideline, street clothes on, and you knew you were not going to play.
I mean, Sabonis could have played.
Right. I mean,
Well, Sabonis wouldn't have played though. He
I
wouldn't
mean,
have.
Oh, okay. I was just saying because I remembered he leads the league in rebounds, right?
No, what I'm saying is because of the way they separated team, he would have been on the world team. So he would have been on the team.
Oh, okay, okay.
all
So-
I just trying to say, we just
So with Giannis and Wemby and all them, they had the international players on the
Right.
separate team.
Oh, okay. I got it. Cool.
A lot
Thanks.
of-
Because I was
A lot of
lost
these
there.
basketball players look up to LeBron. They do.
And that's kind of you're touching on a point that I was gonna make, but
Right.
go ahead.
They look up to LeBron. Oh, well, LeBron not playing, I'm not playing. Oh, LeBron got messed up ankle that he say.
Well, it wasn't an ankle. He said it was just discomfort in his foot or in the shoe that he was wearing.
I think it was an ankle. It was discomfort.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
It was the
But yeah.
underfoot.
It's gotta be
Yeah.
an ankle injury, discomfort in his
right,
feet.
but
It's an old injury. He done had
my
it
whole
for
thing is
Hey, Winston. So
Rockets.
I was gonna say, Winston, I'm gonna let you go last because I know you're the LeBron fan. So after his criticism, I only have one criticism of LeBron.
I mean-
It's not that, but I'm gonna give Winston the last opportunity to defend LeBron.
Yeah.
That's
And,
what I got.
Yeah, go ahead,
Oh man, you.
All I just trying to say, LeBron knew he wasn't not going to play in that game. You could let one of these younger basketball players that been playing their ass off all season, that deserve to be there. Who's the kid from the Rockets? The point guard or shooting guard?
Jalen Green?
Yeah. He been playing his ass off all year. All year.
I'm trying to see if he would be on that team, but yeah, he probably would. I don't know.
I don't know. So
I mean,
Yeah,
I just
because-
saying,
So that's kind of where I feel like I do think it was wrong, but I think the LeBron thing is that part is kind of overblown because like a lot of the people who deserve the spot who are on the fringe
what?
wouldn't have been on that team the way they had it structured. So like you had the international players on one team, you had like the kind of like the B-list superstars on another team, and then you had like the G League superstars on the team.
What?
So like the players that was on his team were like Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, like that, like all NBA type players. So
OGs, yeah, the OGs, yeah, which
The OGs.
actually was a fitting name, yeah.
I mean,
So
I
I,
did-
don't know where OG missed out on a spot because of LeBron. So I mean, I do think if he knew he was hurt, yeah, but
right. Let another young boy, a young basketball player shine.
that's what
Well,
I'm saying. You're saying
Yeah,
a young
we're saying the
basketball
type
player.
of team. Yeah, we're saying that
Right.
whatever criteria
Right.
they pick from that, let that
Right.
person. Yeah, I got you.
So-
bro. Yeah,
So
Let-
so what I'm saying, if you're, I think the miss part here is that you're saying a young bull, whereas a young bull probably wouldn't have been on that team
Well, let me say this. You're right. Let me say that.
because it was an OG team with
Right.
much older
Well,
players.
Well,
Okay.
let me say that another older player, another OG. I mean, I don't know, but I just wanted to see if LeBron was not going to play, give it to somebody else. That's all I'm trying to say.
I mean, I just don't
yeah.
know who it would
Was
be.
Russell Westbrook in the All-Star game? I didn't know. I was just wondering.
No, but I don't think he
No.
had all-star numbers this year as well.
Okay.
It goes
Was
mean,
he
I
on a
think-
ballot? Was he on the ballot?
Yeah, but I don't know if he got the votes to be an all-star. I know
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was gonna.
Well,
say.
Because I remember.
I think Trey was on the cuff, and that he
Yeah.
could have possibly been in it, but
Right.
he came in as a substitute
right
for Giannis because for Giannis, so
Milwaukee.
he came in as a substitute for
Yeah.
Giannis, who sat out, which means that Trey played on the international
Right.
team. He was like the only American on that international team because he was the youngest of two.
That's all I did trying to say. If LeBron knew he wasn't going to play, let somebody else get that spot.
I got you. All right. So I'll say this. As far as that, I don't think that's the most. I get your I'm not taking away from that complaint. I just don't think, like, because I don't know who would have took that spot, then I can't necessarily, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because like you said, as far as a young player, the way they had the thing structured with 4 separate teams and all that, I don't know who could have played on that OG team.
Right.
So I get it. It just as far as the NBA All-Star game, I don't think, like in terms of what's bad, I don't think LeBron doing that is what's wrong with the All-Star game. I think Draymond had some comments, and I think he's accurate, but I think the thing that's kind of funny about it is that the players are the reason it's that way. Now, where I do blame LeBron is where you pointed out, Ron, that they look up to him.
Right.
So in previous All-Star games,
Right.
all through Jordan, Kobe, like Kobe played hard even in the All-Star game.
Right.
Like I remember one All-Star game, he took it upon himself, and I see Red in the comments. He made this. Red posted this video like weeks ago where like Kobe took it a personal challenge to guard LeBron one-on-one. He was picking him up at half court, and I was telling him, I was like, all he doing is forcing him left, like he's playing great defense, but he's just taking away his right hand. Like that's all he did the whole time. But the point was he was playing defense in an All-Star game. And I think because people looked up to Jordan, because people looked up to Kobe, they took that same initiative. Like you weren't going to be on Kobe's All-Star team and not playing defense. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where LeBron dropped the ball, was not keeping that same standard of playing hard in the All-Star game.
Right.
Now, what LeBron thing is that he's more of the corporatized business side of basketball. Like he's a businessman.
Right.
So I can see where he would make business decisions in terms of like, this is what's really more important. Like I got to make sure the shoes are visible for the shoe commercial. I got to make sure this is that and this is that. Got to make these meetings All-Star weekend, But I do think that's where LeBron has dropped the ball, is that in previous generations, whoever was the guy was in the NBA, they kind of held that standard of how we're going to compete in the game. And I think that's one thing I can put at the feet of LeBron, was that this fell off on your watch as the king. Like you're the most respected player in the NBA, and it fell off on your watch. As far as the Pro Bowl, Shannon Sharp made a comment about it, and he was like, when they played, he people would talk trash to him, like, and he would be offended that people thought that they were as good as him. So it was competitive from that nature, because even though it was the Pro Bowl, he was like other Pro Bowlers would think, oh, they could guard him, or they could. So he played more so on a sense of pride, like, no, like y'all can't handle me. Like I'm that guy. Like I understand you're the best, linebacker in the league, or the best safety in the league, but like y'all can't handle this. And I don't know if that I don't know if that type of sentiment is still in the league. But with that being said, it's such a violent sport that eventually they had to, because you got people like Sean Taylor knocking out kickers in the Pro Bowl.
I was there.
Yeah. So I think I don't think the Pro Bowl would have fell off as much because you still like football players is still that attitude and pride attached to it. The only thing I hate about the Pro Bowl is that they moved it to before the Super Bowl.
Right.
I wish they would have kept it after the Super Bowl
Right.
because once the Super Bowl's over, you're hit with that moment of dang, football is over.
And nothing else to do.
Yeah, and that Pro Bowl was like that last little piece that kept people viewing in because you just realized, after the Super Bowl, man, it's over. And then that to me, then you get rid of all the replacements because you don't have to find people to substitute in for people who play in the Super Bowl. I would say that's my only gripe is that they will move it back to after the Super Bowl. But I think because it's such a violent sport and people are making so much money now, that it was going to end up being the way it is now. But as far as basketball, that's my only gripe is that now they got to come up with all these rinky-dink stuff. And
to me, Joe Biden playing football again. To me, I mean,
the one thing I did like about this All-Star weekend is that they actually did compete. Like people played defense, people actually fouled, people actually did stuff. They competed. I just don't like the format. I wish they played like this in the East-West format. But again, like I said, whoever is the leader in the NBA, and if it fell off on LeBron's watch, so I sit it at his feet for that. And I will concede the rest of this time to Winston to defend his guy. Keep in mind, Winston, I think I had a reasonable criticism, but I'm gonna let him go in and back up his guy.
I also think Steph should also get some of the smoke too. But yeah, go ahead, Winston.
I agree. I agree. I just think, but man.
But yeah, you're right. You're right.
LeBron, like that guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Winston.
Yeah.
Hey, Winston.
I'm here.
Now, Winston. Now, see, these supposed. Last time I checked, I thought that these was your friend Red and C-Dub and Keely. I thought these were folk that you knew. I thought you knew these people.
I gave a legit criticism though, because who else is the man in the NBA over this time?
Right.
Like,
your criticism was fine. I'm talking about the way that you served them in the oven.
Oh no!
Here you go.
I mean, look.
So here was my thought process. I heard Ron going in on LeBron. I was like,
yeah.
Winston. I was like, I know Winston is going ahead. Like, all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it. So I was like, hey,
but
just let me go ahead and get it out.
My whole thing is you got a lot of basketball players that are good young basketball players that don't get they just do out here. And yes, LeBron, he been a great player. I give him that.
Best player.
Okay, the best player.
That's where Winston Gill goes off the rails right there.
But
okay, all right. Hey,
he takes it too far, man.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at 3 Dirty. Now see 3 Dirty. I'm instigating. What the?
First of all, hold on. Let the court show that what I said was simple. I said all the players have to step up. So I'm not singling out LeBron. I'm saying all. So that's where my thing. But I agree. I do. No. And I agree with you. I will say that. Yes.
Heavy as the crown.
Yeah, when he calls the king, when he says he's the king, he has to wear it through the good and the bad. So, but go ahead, Winston.
Hey, all right, hey, Winston, it's your turn now. I thought I was doing you a service, but they say I'm instigating. I'm sticking rods in the doggone doll. I'm stirring up the pot and all that. So Winston, you go right ahead, and Winston, you handle that. You handle
the
that.
Only part where he go crazy when he say ever. That's where he go crazy.
James, best
I
player
had to
ever.
I had to add
See
somebody to the
that, and
Durham
again,
State.
that's
And I
when
know
you
it's gonna be some.
that's
Never.
when you lose your mind. That's when the alcohol start kicking in when you say ever.
Why is it? And in a drink. But be honest, who can do what LeBron do? Tell me another player that's more versatile than LeBron.
Bro, there's a lot of players that's versatile. That doesn't mean they're
No,
great.
no. I said another player that's more
Hines
versatile
Ward was
than LeBron.
versatile at UGA. He was the most versatile player I've ever seen at UGA. That doesn't mean he's the greatest player they ever played at UGA.
Amen. He took money out of my pocket.
LeBron, the most versatile player to ever play in the NBA, the all-time scoring leader, all-time scoring leader.
Winston.
Like, come on,
All right.
bro. Like,
I got a question.
We're not gonna change this subject. I definitely
accolades-
think you're
Well,
drunk
well,
if you're gonna say ever, but we're not gonna change the topic. You can go ahead and address the criticism from me and
Amen.
run about LeBron, but
yeah, the All-Star game.
because bro, Jordan the GOAT. Like let's kill it. But go ahead.
all right.
Mhm.
So, no, the whole ankle and foot injury situation, right? All right, it's an old injury. It's an old. He done had this shit for like years. Now, I do agree with y'all to an extent that he could have gave up the spot, but at the same time, he sat there and told him, like, look, I'm gonna see how it is. I'm gonna go do shoot around on Sunday. I'm gonna see how it work out. He did all those things, and when it got closer to the time, he said, "Hey, look, I got bigger fish to fry. I got Luka on my team now. I'm trying to go get another chip." I mean, and that's real. That's real shit. Now, go ahead.
I understand that.
Mhm.
My only thing is these younger basketball players out here been playing their ass off out here.
Right.
Yes or no?
That happened with every generation.
Wait
You
a minute.
can't you cannot sit there and single out LeBron.
I'm not. But what I'm
Okay.
saying, I think LeBron knew before time, before the day of the All-Star game, he was not going to play.
That's not a given that a younger player was going to get that spot. If I look at Trae Young, Trae Young leads the league in assists by far, and the only reason why he got in was because Giannis backed out. It's the only reason he got in, and Trae Young had the fan votes. When they were doing the voting for All-Star, Trae Young had the fan vote. So
I will counter your statement with this though, Winston. When you said so, I agree. That's not even my complaint, LeBron, because being on the team of OGs, where OG was going to replace him, basically.
Exactly. Who going to be on it?
But when you said, but
Sorry, that made me laugh.
But what Ron brought up is a key point in terms of if he could have played, but he chose to sit out, right?
Right.
If we have not seen that from another great NBA player.
What, to sit out?
Yeah, we haven't.
We have not seen that from Michael.
Man, 2 hours before the game. All right, guys, my boo boo hurts.
The man that sat there and played in 21 straight All-Star games.
That doesn't dispute my point, though. I said we haven't seen it from another great NBA player, a historically great NBA player. We have not seen them skip out of a playable All-Star game. So if he's not,
the All-Star game is not the All-Star game anymore. It's pickup basketball. Like, it's not.
It was always an exhibition game. There was no point in history where it wasn't an exhibition game. But my point is we've never seen an NBA great skip out on it. That's my only point, and that's true. Okay. We haven't.
Now let's go back in time, right? All right. Even though the greats is playing in the All-Star game, you have to look at the errors. You know why? Because their contracts wasn't nowhere near the money these boys are making nowadays. You want to win that little extra stipend. Because how many players? All right, when Jordan came along, like Jordan.
Jordan had it for the love of the game clause in his contract, right?
Yeah, so he can go hoop anywhere.
So he can hoop no
At any
matter
time.
where, at
Yeah,
any
he can
time.
hoop at any time. Yeah.
So
All
no
right.
matter what,
Now-
how much money he was making, he could
Now,
hoop.
yeah, now look at it. Almost every NBA player is a walking business. These boys are making 30, 40, 50 million dollars a year. I'm not sitting there letting you risk your ass going play ball at the Rucker. You are a commodity now. A
Jordan
legitimate
was
commodity.
making 30 million a year, and for one season had a for the love of the game clause where he could hoop no matter what. He was a walking business. I'm talking about, if you're talking about the time value of money, how much that contract probably worth in today's dollars, it's probably comparable. But that's my point of the for the love of the game contract, where no matter where, if he wanted to hoop at the Rucker, keep in mind he was the biggest business. Like you're talking about people are business. He was the biggest business. Like he was
the
And-
face of the NBA.
And doesn't all these guys play basketball in like off-season tournaments and stuff and rec leagues or not rec leagues, but you know what I'm saying? Like they go to like we see it they go to these gyms and they're playing ball, hooping. I mean, I'm just saying that's it's just one of those.
All right, now let me say something at this point. Now, every one of y'all had your opportunity to say what it was you wanted to say about the All-Star game, the Pro Bowl, and everything unmolested. But just as soon as Winston started talking, it was a 5-pronged attack. It was just like somebody stuck a trident right in his chest.
Well, I'm not trying to attack him. I'm
Man,
saying that
No, we're just
I mean, yeah, because okay, all right, you had to set up from Keely. Well, I'm gonna let him go last because Ron is attacking him about because of his favorite player. And Ron got some more acid in the bowl. He want to pour on top of him while I jug him with this fork. Man, good grief, man! I mean, a fried chicken don't have no damn chance with y'all.
Only criticism of LeBron I made was that the NBA All-Star game fell off on his watch. That's the only criticism I have of LeBron.
We heard it. Oh, and while I have the floor, I want to welcome Tidy from the
what's up, Tidy?
in.
What's up, Tony?
Hey, good evening, y'all. How y'all doing?
What's happening, bro?
Chilling.
And when Winston and Winston, all right, now y'all give Winston the opportunity to go ahead and say what he has to say, unmolested, unattacked, and get his point across about the subject. And Winston, after you do that, I don't know whether you're gonna be able to hold the 4 wins back after that. So
I want to go.
I don't know I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hold them back, Winston. But
I have faith that Tidy is gonna handle it. But I'm gonna write notes just in case. Go ahead.
Oh shoot! See, you know what? What is it ridiculous? And man, look here and see now. See, 3 Dirty is casting me in the role of antagonist and devil.
Diabolical is the case.
I'm just the host.
Winston can handle himself. He don't need nobody fighting it better. Winston can handle himself. I'm just the host. Winston can't handle his LeBron argument. We got him.
Oh yeah, go James.
I'm just the host. That's all I'm tell you. I'm just the host.
Look at the little scandal that slid in there on bottom of
Hey, here come Red.
That's what we got to work out.
Yeah, and by the way, let's not unmolest anybody, please. Let's just not go there.
I shouldn't have used that term. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just having fun with you, John.
I have to say no Diddy.
Yeah, no Diddy.
No Diddy. Toes. But Winston, go ahead and finish. I'm holding them back. Winston. Go ahead, man.
All right. Well, first, 3 Dirty. Virginia Beach got. Well, I'm down the street from Virginia Beach. They done got 9 inches of snow so far.
God damn.
And that's by 10 o'clock. It's almost 11 now.
And it's still snowing.
And it's still snowing. It should have not slowed up at all.
Dang.
Yeah. So, all right. Now, like I said, with the whole LeBron All-Star game, man, I get it. Now, could he have said something earlier? Yeah, he could have. He could have. But he didn't. And don't nobody give a damn about the All-Star game no more. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. The All-Star game and the Pro Bowl, probably within about the next 10 to 15 years, they're not going to have a game. They may still have the weekend events and stuff, but like the actual game, man, that shit going out the way. Don't nobody care. Ain't no passion for it. And ain't nobody watching it. Like people watch the 3-point competition and the dunk contest and the skill contest. Ain't nobody watching the All-Star game. Like I used to avidly watch every event during All-Star weekend. I watch everything now except for the All-Star game because the shit whack as hell. All right, same thing with the Pro Bowl. I don't even watch the Pro Bowl events anymore. No, and I'm a diehard football fan. I don't watch not one of the events because the shit is not interesting. It's watered down, and until the NBA and the NFL actually incentivize the players to play, this is what's going to end up happening. There's no getting around it. The only way you're going to make them actually want to risk it is to incentivize them. You're going to have to put money into it. It's either going to have to be money or, well, NBA wise, you could do like home seeding and go East versus West. East versus West, and then whichever side win, they got home seeding in the final. And that's an incentive to make them actually want to play in the All-Star game. The only way you're going to get the football player to actually play, you got to put money up. Like some legitimate money. Not these little, like, you're going to have to put some real money up to get the game back to what it is. But everybody's so scared of getting hurt. And then they trying to add extra games to the season. Like, they not trying to risk it on Pro Bowl. No, like, that's a dub. And then you got players going into like a contract year and all that. You mess around, tear ACL, playing at the Pro Bowl, and you up for a contract this offseason. Now what? That could have been like your first time to actually get the bag. You coming out your rookie contract. That could be your first time to get the bag. And you tear your ACL at the Pro Bowl. Like, you're going to have to incentivize them. But it is what it is. And long story short, LeBron is the best NBA player of all time.
When you say that, listen.
Don't touch it. The mic's still hot now. Hold on.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm glad you said that. How long LeBron been playing?
22 years.
Okay, so how long Michael Jordan played?
15.
How long Kobe played?
20. Okay,
so you will become the GOAT after 22 years.
Bro, no. Stop
it.
Stop it. Because what you're trying to do, that's the laziest argument anybody can make.
The argument you play after everybody else played.
You're all right. Think about what you're saying.
Michael, Kobe.
Think about what you're saying. You're saying that he only can become the GOAT because he done played longer than everybody else. All right, think about what you just said. He played longer than everybody else.
Okay, then.
At a high level.
Before y'all get in the GOAT debate, let me get my side of the actual topic, and then y'all go back to the GOAT. All right, I think there are two groups of people that have totally evolved past these Pro Bowls and these All-Star games. There are two specific important group of people. First people, the players. They've evolved past that. Second group of people, the fans. We have evolved past that. And I kind of want to mute Winston because he stole so much of my thunder. I can't believe we agreed with each other. But I remember like in the 90s when Barry Sanders and all those, even back when Walter Payton was playing in it, Dion was playing in it, Joe Montana played in it, James Brooks played in the Pro Bowl. Man, I'm gonna watch that faithfully. The same thing, the 90s era, Patrick Ewing, Hakeem Olajuwon, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. It was an event. I'm not saying it was the Super Bowl, but it was like a tier below it, 2 tiers below it, excuse me. But now it just don't hit like that no more. Like society has evolved past it. Like we really don't care anymore. We've seen all the dunks. You know what I'm saying? We don't really care as a society about those All-Star and Pro Bowl games anymore. And the players, Winston was making a great point. Like I said, he stole my thunder, but the winning team gets $125K per player, and everybody out there making a minimum of $40 million a year. What is that going to do for me? You know what I'm saying? That's like giving each one of us $5 to go out there and play flag football. Like, bro, this ain't worth it. I go out here and, and shake. Hold on, Keelan, I'm going to let you go. I go out here and shake hands and everything and be cool with everybody, but I make far too much money and I got far too much to lose to come out here and risk tearing my ACL or a high ankle sprain. The same thing with the NFL Pro Bowl. Like, these guys make way more money than Magic Johnson did. I'm gonna let you go, Keelan.
No. Here what I'm saying. I don't have a general statement. I had a question for you.
But let me finish and then I'll take a question. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. Like,
okay, I didn't want you to go too fast past your point. Go ahead.
They make way more money than Magic Johnson, all them guys did. I mean, you got athletes now that can get paid $15,000, $20,000 for making posts on Instagram, on Facebook. Hey, just promote this product. We'll give you a $20,000 check. So like Winston was saying, like back in the 80s and the 90s, hey man, them guys needed that extra money back. Some of them did. Everybody didn't make that top level money. So some of them needed that money. But nowadays they don't really need that money. And again, I think just society has really evolved past the Pro Bowl and the All-Star game and all that. And one last thing, I think, and I'm not trying to stir up the GOAT debate, but I'm just saying this for perspective purposes. I think the GOAT is Michael Jordan. My GOAT is Kobe Bryant. With that said, I've always been, not always, but in the past, I've been very critical of LeBron James for obvious reasons. I was a Kobe guy. There was a big rivalry there at one point in time. But I do not think LeBron should hold a burden for what has happened to the All-Star game. Because this is like his 22nd, 21st one of them.
Right.
In my opinion, I think, if he didn't want to play, if he say he heard, okay, it's cool. That's LeBron. He done put in enough work for the league. He done paid his dues for the league. This man like 41, 42, 43 years old. Like, LeBron could do that. I ain't got no problem with that. And I don't think the game itself fell off at his watch. I just think that was where society was going to eventually end up, with both the people not caring really that much anymore and also the players not really being passionate about it anymore. All right, I'm done.
So here's my question. Why do you think the fans don't care about the Pro Bowl or the NBA All-Star game anymore?
I think we've evolved past it.
Do you know why do you think? Because there was a point in which we did care, and then there's a point where people don't care. What do you think was the catalyst? Why do you think people no longer care?
Society, technology, what we prioritize as far as our spare time goes. Like these, because you need the younger cats to really care about this in order to make it move. When I was 13, 14, 15, I didn't have no choice but to watch the Pro Bowl or the All-Star game. Now, if I'm 13, 14, 15, hey man, I can get on social media and make $200 a night. I just think we evolved as a society to the point like it's like Okay, cool. Let's see who got on the best shoes. No, that's what these kids be at now. Let's see who's gonna be rocking their new shoes that I'm gonna go buy.
So you think that they don't care because they got other obligations such as going to make $200 during the same time with the All-Star game?
I think that's some of the reason. Again, like when I used to watch these games in 87 to 88, Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins doing their duels, Spud Webb. Like, bro, I didn't have nothing else to do but to watch TV. We barely had cable at that point in time. But now, I mean, there's just so much.
I'm pretty sure there were people working at that point that had jobs to get to, but they still
not as a kid at 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. You ain't nobody working no jobs then. And that's why I said, like, you need these young kids to really push this thing. The Pro Bowl All-Star game, that's really for little Johnny and little Timmy. And they just don't care like that no more. You know, society has evolved past that.
I would say this. I think little Timmy at 9, 10 years old, he still watch the football game week 10 and gets excited about it. I think the reason the Pro Bowl fell off is because the format had to change because it's the most violent sport. So you can't continue as the money is being made to keep having grown men making that kind of money and, you know, like taking Sean Taylor hits in the Pro Bowl. So I think they had to because it's just such a violent sport. But in terms of basketball, if the players don't care, then the fans are not going to care. And that's what you're seeing with viewership in totality. If it's a different type of basketball that's being played, like that's why the ratings are down. It's just a different type of basketball that's being played. And I again, to my point, as far as why I think, because I'm sitting here going over here looking at the ratings.
Not that good.
Hey, Miss B.
I went back and looked at the All-Star game ratings.
Hey, Miss B.
Hey, Miss B.
And
excuse me, Keely. I want to make sure we acknowledge her.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
No,
continue.
I was just sitting here looking at the All-Star ratings over the years, and it just seems like around the point where, you know, where
how you doing, Miss B?
You know, the players stop caring, then it's just like everybody else just stopped caring.
Okay, what year you think that was, Keely? What year are you looking at?
Hold on, let's go back.
What do you think it was?
As evidenced by the ratings, is there a year where the ratings dropped precipitously between this year and another year?
I wonder if it was 2015.
2014.
Yeah, so the last time they even came close to like 9 million was 2011.
Around the time social media became very, very prevalent. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, in 2013, you got it at 8 million, and it's never seen that since. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't think you can blame social media. Because it doesn't have the same impact on the other sports. So of the 4 major sports, you haven't seen social media be a hindrance to soccer, NFL, Major League Baseball.
But soccer is different. Like that's worldwide. Like and NFL,
But I'm talking. But so what I'm saying is, so it's worldwide. Worldwide, there's social media, and they haven't had an impact.
But no, I'm talking about American culture. When I'm saying American culture versus worldwide culture is a lot different. A lot of these other countries, they're not letting their kids stay on their phones 10, 12 hours a day, you know.
Okay, so take soccer out of it. The 4 major North American sports, which one has been impacted by social media?
I think all of them have. If we talk about these All-Star games, all of them have.
The NFL has not had a single impact to business.
No,
on social media.
I'm saying,
all right. So how can you isolate just a Pro Bowl as being affected by social media when nothing else is being affected by social media?
Well, you just said the NBA ratings dropped when social media became prevalent. So
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Did you not say 2011?
I did not say.
I asked a question about the viewership.
Was that it was impacted by social media? I didn't say.
Well, I guess
a lot of things that could have happened.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you go back and You go back in time to 2011. That's when like social media like was really hitting its peak. You know, okay, people that finally got on Facebook. Now you got Instagram and all that stuff kicking off, and that changed society. That changed us. That changed us in a way. We done got. Let me say this, Keelan. Let me say this, and I'll give it back to you. When I say it changed us, all of us have been on a YouTube show while a football game was going on. 20 years ago, that would have never ever happened in a million years. You know, even us have been affected by it as 40-plus-year-olds. We've been affected by it, and we don't even think about it and realize it.
Hold on.
Here to my point,
YouTube came out. I haven't hit 40 yet. So
my bad, baby boy. My bad, baby boy.
YouTube came out in 2005.
Winston, you knocking on the door. You knocking on the door.
Well, I'm going up the steps.
You knocking on the door.
YouTube came out in 2005, and NBA ratings hasn't been impacted. So yes, you're right. We have all been on YouTube while an NFL game has gone on. Yet NFL ratings haven't been impacted, which is my point.
But I'm talking about. I can't speak for you, of course, but I'm talking about these All-Star games. I thought that's what the topic was.
But I get it. But you can't isolate it to just all right. So social media only impacts the Pro Bowl.
No, social media affects life in general.
I get it, but you're trying to isolate it to the All-Star games.
No, what I'm saying is like people have just evolved past that. And I think you're trying to narrow down my statement a little too.
I'm not trying. I'm trying to make it make sense.
My point I was making. I remember vividly. I remember the Dominique Wilkins versus Michael Jordan slam dunk contest. I watched it at my grandmother's house on her big TV. I had no other options but to watch that game or the All-Star weekend that year.
And that was what 1980 what?
That was 87, 88, somewhere in that area. I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. Now that same 8, 9, 10 years old now, man, he's on this iPad, bro. He's in a whole nother world now. He like society was totally different when you compare like how sports in these All-Star games and these Pro Bowls games were in the 80s and the 90s when they really were at their peak. You know, these things started back in the 50s, but at their peak, the 80s and 90s, and now you're coming in this modern technology world where you got these kids on TikTok all day. It's just different, bro. Society has evolved past that stuff.
Here, the point, you can say that. However, what I'm saying is there's inconclusive evidence to say that is the cause of the decline of viewership of just one sport or just the All-Star game. So if it is a distraction for all of us, right? The way in which we consume everything.
Correct.
Then the point is, why doesn't it affect the regular season NFL games? But it affects the Pro Bowl, but not the regular season NFL games.
I said two different groups of people have evolved past it. You're only focusing on one group.
I'm trying to make sense of
and the players.
You said because we've been more distracted.
You got to think.
Cable came out and gave us more viewing options than the 5 channels that we had. Yet ratings still continue to go up.
If the players and both the fans have evolved past it, that's your perfect storm for it to take a dramatic hit, which we have seen.
So is it that or is it the social media? Which one is it?
I don't know how much clearer I can explain it at this point.
Well, it's a lot of confusion here because you're saying that people have moved past it, right?
That's society has evolved past it. The players have evolved past it. And I mentioned social media as a supporting reason why I say that.
Okay. I just don't. There's no evidence of that. Is I guess the point.
I would love to see Yale or Stanford do a study on it. I guarantee it probably would come in my favor.
I would love to see any type of logical evidence, considering that the NFL rating continue to go up, despite the fact that you're saying we moved past it.
We are talking about the All-Star games and the Pro Bowl.
All right.
It's
just miraculous how it only affects that, but it doesn't affect anything else. If it's such a determining factor in our behavior,
the players care more about regular season games. That you're not including both of the parts that I'm putting here. The players move past it, evolved past it, and the fans evolved past it.
The fans moved past it because of social media, correct?
Not solely. You ain't gonna point me. You ain't gonna back me in that corner.
I'm not trying to back you. I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to make it make sense.
That's some of the reason they have more options now.
Well, and something
cable
else
provided more options back when there was only but 5 channels to watch the NBA on. Then you got cable. That
back in the 80s. In the 80s, I didn't know what a cell phone. I knew what a cell phone was, but there's no way I thought back in the 80s that technology would be where it's at now. You know, if I'm just gonna say this, man. If I had this technology that these kids had now, bro, I'm probably not gonna sit there and watch that whole All-Star game back then. I'm gonna be doing something else.
To 3:30, I can watch it now on my phone, right? I can watch it on a tablet, right? So the way you view it has changed. It's just that if you got more avenues, so there's more ways to view it and consume it versus back in the 80s, like he said, the only way you could watch it was on the big screen TV in your living room. That was the only TV in the house. Now I could be on the go. I could watch it on my tablet. I could watch it on my phone. I could watch it on the train, which means that would be the antithesis of his argument because now there's more ways to view it.
Yeah, but
these are rich boys right here. But I have 4-3.
Now, before anybody else goes,
the product is not the same. The product is not the same. The players do not look at it the same way. And now that this newer generation is coming along, they have other things.
That's
that
my
they
point.
It's
a point that goes the opposite direction because we have more ways to view it. All right, you only had one way to view the NBA and NFL back then because you only had 5 channels on your TV. Now you got 20 options to view the same product. That's more ways. So you're not limited to just having to be in the living room 3:30. So now back in the 80s, if you weren't in the living room, you missed the game. That means viewership numbers went down because you weren't available in your living room to watch it. I can no longer be in the living room. I could be on the MARTA train and still watch it. That means technology is aiding to the viewership and not taking it away. Technology is helping versus hurting.
No,
that's the point. 3:30.
Technology is giving different avenues to it, but technology, because the product itself is trash, technology is giving you more options of other things to do instead of watching this game. That's the point he's in the making. But
you have multiple options soon as cable came around. Game. That's the point. Soon as cable came out, you had 80 distractions at your availability every single day to turn away from NBA on NBC.
But we
went from 5 channels to all of a sudden now you got HGTV, all these other distractions. You had 80 options on cable to turn away from NBA on NBC. Soon as cable hit the public.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me give equal time to that young man right below me. Red. let me give Red a little equal time because I want to jump in this conversation too because I think there is something. Well, there's something I just want to say. You may agree, you may not agree, but Red. Now the subject is the All-Star game and the Pro Bowl. What's wrong? What the hell happened?
Okay.
How do you feel about it? Go.
All right. Well, Pro Bowl. I think I might agree with Keely when he said move it to after the Super Bowl again. That way you get all the players there. And I've even added something to it. How about going back to Hawaii? I mean, I kind of like the Hawaii setting. I mean, that's after the Super Bowl, players take the little trip, go out and get a little relaxation out there in Maui with the hula girls and just have a good old time. And that 1 week after the Super Bowl, and that give us fans a chance to relax our mind after going through a rigorous football season, whether your team won or lost, whether it was made a playoff run or didn't. We all as fans get to sit back that week and watch the players relax on Hawaii. They can still do the Pro Bowl games out there, but I never minded the NFL taking the annual Hawaii trip. So maybe they can go back to doing that. as far as NBA wise, man, until you get these these LeBron zombies and caricatures out the doggone league, and get some real players in. Let's go back to the players of yesteryear. Well, of course, my guy, who was probably the hardest working and most dedicated NBA player in history, definitely one of them. Never had to worry about him playing hard or giving his all. Never, ever, ever. And the stuff that they talking about LaQueen this week, you would have never, ever. Yeah, Winston, you want to say LeBron, the greatest player ever? Well, I give you a never, ever. You would have never, ever heard anybody say the things they said about LaQueen this week about my guy, and you probably would have never, ever heard them say it about Jordan either, because those guys cared about the game. You understand? They cared about the game.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. Ain't nobody sitting there trying to go play no damn pickup basketball.
Use the game to build their brand, to try to make sorry movies and to build their brand doing other stuff that ain't got nothing to do with basketball. Okay, it was Kobe and Jordan. They bled basketball. That was their life. You understand? Unlike these other guys that's playing today, unlike these other leaders that folks keep calling great, this and that. But anyway, I ain't gonna make this. I'm not gonna make this a LaQueen bashing segment, John, because everybody else did enough of that. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Keely, for being honest about LaQueen. No need of me to add it on. I mean, because the truth was told. Okay, that was a selfish move he did. He could have, like Ron said, he knew you weren't gonna play. All the players, you know if you're gonna play in the game or not. LaQueen could have gave up that spot to a more deserving American, since one no international players on the team. You got guys like Norman Powell, they were saying could have took the spot. Some other deserving guys probably took.
He wouldn't have took the spot. All right, the teams were split up in 3 different teams.
No, I said Norman Powell.
Norman Powell's not an OG. He doesn't qualify.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me all the guys. Tell me all the guys on LeBron team.
What was LeBron, Steph, KD, goddamn. Hold on. I'll find out. Because it was Chuck's team.
Okay, all right. Well, you're right. Norman Powell ain't gonna be on that particular team, but it's still
it was Chuck's team. Chuck didn't have the OGs, did he?
It was Chuck's team because they won.
Was Chuck? I thought the OGs was Shaq's team.
Was it Chuck? I thought it was Chuck's team. Hold on.
I thought the OGs.
No. Chuck had Jokic and Trae Young. Hold on. It's Shaq.
Well, look, I'm gonna sum it up. I'm gonna let John go. To sum it up, look, my only criticism about LaQueen this particular week is, you knew you weren't gonna play. Get that spot up to somebody else. Now, as far as everybody else want to clown him for all this other stuff, I guess they were just waiting for him to do something so they can get on him. So I understand the issues folks have. You know, I understand waiting for LeBron to do something so you can go into him. I've done this for so many years. It's child's play for me now. So, like I say, Ron and Keely pretty much spoke for me on this particular subject. They told the truth. Winston, you can deny the truth all you want to. It won't change nothing. The truth has been spoken about LaQueen. You understand? And I just wish Kobe was still alive so he could get on some of these little weak guys.
It sounds good, don't it?
Huh?
It sounds good, don't it?
Yo, I wish Kobe was still here so he could tell y'all how he feel about y'all and y'all load management of the All-Star weekend. I mean, John, it's getting a point now. The All-Star weekend, other than 3-point contest, that's about all the thing that's worth checking out the All-Star weekend. And what y'all think about Chris Paul and that bull crap he did in the ski?
I was gonna get to that.
Let me ask a question real quick before we get to the Chris Paul skill contest, John. All right. How many times was Tom Brady elected to the Pro Bowl?
Every year.
How many times did Tom Brady actually go to the Pro Bowl?
Well, did they stop?
When?
No, I'm talking about they didn't have it
actually go to the Pro Bowl
because he was in the Super Bowl a lot of times.
Even when he won't go into the Super Bowl, because he had a large gap between what his third and his fourth one.
I'm not Tom Brady. I'm not Tom Brady apologist. So if you want to clown me for not going, go ahead.
So along those lines, off of what y'all sitting there saying, we can say Tom Brady is at fault for the Pro Bowl being what it is, right?
How?
Oh, all right, okay.
that gets into
it sounds good when you're sitting there saying it, but when you actually sit there and give factual shit to it, you see exactly how crazy that sounds.
Well, see, that's getting into what I was going to say about it. Cause see, you know what? I blame more than one situation for why the Pro Bowl as well as the All-Star game fell off. And Tidy and Keely, both of you all, I'm gonna say this. When I was growing up, and I got to go back to when I was growing up, these people that I was looking at the All-Star game, those were my heroes. Those, basketball, I wanted to see how Dr. J went up against Karl Malone. I wanted to see how Charles Barkley went up against Karl Malone or Kareem or Moses Malone when he was in Houston. I just wanted to see, because it was an East versus West format. Basketball shut down, and the thing was, that's all we had. That's all we had. There were no other distractions like you have today. With all of these, okay, just because we have all of these things today and all of these availabilities today to watch NBA basketball or NFL football, not all these things are showing this. And you had a captive audience when the NBA only came on CBS, NBC, ABC. All right. And, like Keely was saying, you had 5 channels. Now, I don't know. He must be talking about them 2 UHF. No. He must be talking about Channel 8.
Well,
2, 5, 8, and 11.
The reason I say only 5 because the NBA wasn't coming on the WB or UPN. So I'm talking about.
You didn't have. WB was. Let me see. Who was Warner Brothers? Warner Brothers was just a movie studio. They had no channel. Okay, they had no channel. So, and they produced cartoons, made movies, all this type of stuff before they ventured out. Because I remember when the WB network started, and when UPN started, and read those too many channels right there. Because see now, after 11, you didn't have nothing else. It was 2, 5, 8, and 11. 17, 36, 46, and 69 came with the other knob on the TV. Those of you all who had the knobs.
Well, I'm glad I got here in the 80s, did.
Yeah, oh man. It was you were you had no options.
Yeah.
You really had no options. The only other option you had, go outside and play.
Yeah.
Go outside and play. See, these kids right now are from parents that stayed inside, playing on computers, playing video games, things of that sort. These kids now, their parents did not really encourage a lot of them to go outside.
Now hold on. Now, I was part of the outside era, John, but you got to think our era, it kind of shifted once the Nintendo became popular. We was outside, but once that Nintendo became popular and it got to the point we was going over each other's house instead of going over each other's house, riding bikes and riding around the neighborhood, we going over each other's house to play Nintendo. Like, for everybody to fill up over one guy's house. There'll always be that one guy in the neighborhood. Everybody's house, it probably would keep a house on the east side. Everybody come to their house, and here you got tournaments going on. You got Street Fighter tournament. You just got all kinds of stuff.
But Red is making the argument that if social media is a distraction, that's not the first, because the invention of Nintendo,
No, it's not.
the invention of Super Nintendo, all of these could be used as excuses as to take viewership away from a product, because all of these had a big impact on kids. All of them.
Social media and video games are two totally different entities, and they affect the psychology of a consumer in various different ways.
But you cannot make the argument that it has a different impact on the viewership of sports.
Yes, I can. I definitely can.
Because if someone spends 10 hours on Facebook instead of watching an NBA game, kids were spending 10 hours on their Nintendo instead of watching.
But you know what? These kids can get on social media now. See, this is what we couldn't do, Red and Keely. They can get on social media now and make a fucking bag. If I get on here and make a bag instead of sitting here watching the Pro Bowl and All-Star game, I'm gonna make the bag. We didn't have those options in our era.
So they spent 10 hours making a bag. In the 80s, they spent 10 hours playing Nintendo. It's still 10 hours away from the sport.
You missing the point.
It's not a missed point.
You are missing the point. You totally missing the point.
Make it a very clear point.
I just made it a clear point.
You didn't, because the 10 hours are 10 hours.
The video game's been here since the 70s.
10 hours are 10 hours.
The video game's been here since the 70s. So the way social media impact society, people's psyche, and how consumer habits go, it's unparalleled. I guarantee
you. How did that affect sports?
Man,
make the connection.
I've already okay.
You haven't.
For the fifth time, there are two groups of people who evolved past these All-Star games and these Pro Bowls. Society, us regular people, and the players. You combine them both, you got a perfect storm of a stale and outdated product.
All right, so let's focus on each group, right? So the customers, those they gave up, right? And they gave up. Social media had an impact on them not caring, correct? Is that your statement?
It's some of it.
I just said some of it. I said a impact on it, right?
It's some of it.
Okay, we're in agreement. Some of it. All right.
Some of it.
Now, is there any categorical proof that is more impactful on the view that group than video games was?
At this point, it's my opinion, just like everybody else is sharing their opinion.
That's
now if we gotta do some research, I'm sure I can find something to substantiate my point.
Now,
but I don't have to do that. I don't have to prove. I don't have to prove my opinion to you. Just because you don't agree, you don't agree.
We can agree to disagree, but my point is, it just doesn't add up. That's my opinion. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I guarantee you, in 87 and 88, Keely, you can't get on your cell phone and make a dime. Nowadays, these kids can't.
And I can guarantee you, 87, 88, just like
John Harris. John Harris made a great point. He said back in his day, those players were his heroes. These kids nowadays, man, streamers are their heroes. Why you think Casanata? Why? But LeBron got to split time with other people. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Why you think Casanata so big? Why you think Aiden Ross so big? These streamers.
Okay.
Back in those days, it was just the athlete. The athlete got to split that heroism with other people now, with other entities.
So now the argument is that because the market for heroes were dominated by athletes then.
It all brings it back to social media at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. So again, none of that makes any sense.
I know it because you don't want to agree, so it don't make sense. I'm gonna say you're the only person that it seems not to make sense to.
Look, there's no question in terms of my ability to comprehend anything.
I didn't say it was. I'm just saying you the only person.
No. You made a point that other people understood, but I didn't. That was your point.
Exactly.
And I am making the argument that doesn't mean shit because there's not a question of my ability to comprehend. That's why it don't mean shit. That's a terrible point.
You're right.
So people who do know what they're doing, Yahoo Sports, the people who do the research, they said the biggest catalyst for the reason for declining viewership is because the NBA and these leagues have been taking their product off of the main networks such as NBC, ESPN, TNT, and moving them to streaming sources like games on Netflix, games on Amazon Prime, which everyone doesn't have an Amazon Prime membership. Everyone doesn't have a Paramount membership. Everyone doesn't have a lot of these memberships. That is the biggest component to the decline in viewership.
Yeah,
that's for the people who know what they're talking about. No one, not a mention of social media, not a mention because they spending 10 hours on Instagram when kids spent 10 hours on damn Nintendo back in the day.
You're right.
Like,
you're right.
Well, you don't have to take my word. You can take the word of the people who did the research.
No,
all of y'all are right.
And something else I'm going to say
the people
about
who did the
that.
research are probably the closest to right.
Okay, now, and in some ways, I can agree with what they say as far as YouTube and their research that they've done. But some of this I got to disagree with.
3Dirty, please tell me how
that's
linked to social media.
And see, this is the thing. This is the thing with me.
It's linked to technology, but can't say
and see that's
they go hand in hand.
It doesn't.
Okay, all of it going back to when the migration started, when the attention started going away, when the value started going away, social media and technology. You could put it all under technology, because compared to what I had when these all-star games mattered to where you are now, it all falls under the heading of technology. It all does, because social media, streaming services, cable television, satellite television, options, because of all of the aforementioned, those things were a portion of
1 point. So they're saying social media and technology social media is a component of technology. The biggest reason you have Netflix and these streaming services is because people moved from Blockbuster Video to Netflix. Blockbuster wasn't a social media platform. It was a place where you went to go rent movies, right?
Right.
They moved that to an online platform. That's not a social media construct. That's just simply a product, a brick and mortar retail location where you went to go rent movies. It went from brick and mortar to online. That is not a social media construct. It's an advancement in technology, because you can stream, but it's not a social media construct. So Netflix is a direct descendant from a technology advancement in renting movies. That's not anything to do with social media.
So see that's the thing.
Which is my point. Technology is a big umbrella.
Yeah, and see that's why I put everything under that. That's why I put everything under that.
Like DVD players is technology. DVD players are technology, but it has nothing to do with Instagram. That's what I'm saying. It's still under the umbrella of technology.
The social media hasn't affected the NFL numbers, have
it? We're not going to redo that. Because my point,
we talking about the basketball number.
My point to 3Dirty is like, if I get sick, right? Everyone, and it's contagious, everyone around me should get sick as well. That's how social constructs work, right? But if you're going to tell me, well, only this one gets sick, but it skipped over this one, and this one gets sick, and it only gets sick in the month of February when the Pro Bowl is played, that's illogical. That doesn't make sense.
Well,
if something
it does make sense. Everybody's immune system is different, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring out. It's that particular analogy it does, it works both ways in both arenas, because there are some people that won't have the appetite for social media. It might be few and far between. The same way a disease infecting everybody.
I'm not listening to argue. I'm listening to explain. I'll put like this. Strap.
Maybe you read the comments where I can put them up.
Strap. Better yet, just tell me when I told a lie.
Strap, you might well come on if you're gonna be talking.
Just tell me when I told a lie. Technology is a big umbrella. Social media is just one component in that umbrella. DVD players is a component under technology, but that has not anything to do with social media. That's just an advancement in the way you watch movies. That's my point. So yes, it's everything falls under this big umbrella technology. That's the only point I'm making. That has nothing to do about arguing. That's just stating a fact. So again, just tell me where I tell a lie. That's just the truth. Like technology is a big component.
Yeah, well, and that's why I made the statement about the difference between my time.
I know I got it.
And right now.
Because like if all I'm doing is if I say grass is green and y'all be like, oh, you not trying to hear that. Nigga, grass is green. What the fuck? Like the sky is blue. Oh, you ain't trying to, you just want to argue. Nigga, the sky is blue. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, see, my thing is, and bringing it back to this, the difference between then and now.
So
the difference between then and now.
Everybody on the panel.
Who is
How
that?
do you fit?
What was that, Winston?
It is that.
Oh, West. I couldn't tell. I didn't see that crazy picture on his thing like he usually have.
Oh, what were you saying, Winston?
I pictured the background for the iTab.
Oh,
no, you don't have anything on your avatar. You don't have anything.
I don't see anything.
I know. I got a new phone, so I got to add it on.
Oh, you got to download it.
Yeah, exactly. Told you we didn't see nothing.
Well, yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't know who that was.
And this for everybody.
Hey, that's why I wondered who that. I thought it was James for a minute.
Nah, ain't no red light district tonight. No, but if you had the power, if you were the commissioner of the NFL and the NBA, how would you fix the All-Star game? How would you fix the Pro Bowl?
Now that's what I was going to get into.
Well, I told you move the Pro Bowl back to Hawaii.
I don't think there's anything
and see that's something that took the value away from the Pro Bowl. Because see, the Pro Bowl being in Hawaii after the NFL regular season was a reward to the players and their families, okay, for taking them players away from them for 5-6 months out of the year. Okay, they value going to the Pro Bowl. Now, to improve the Pro Bowl, I had suggested this years ago, and I think Tidy remembers when I said it. Hey, where is the NFL fastest man competition? Where is the quarterback competition? Where's the skill competition for Pro Bowl weekend?
I think they try to do it they try to do it in the Pro Bowl games, but I'm with you, John. They need the fastest. They need to add a fastest man.
Yeah, because see,
Tyreek and this Olympic guy who he's trying to race with, they can do it during the Pro Bowl game.
See, that's what I'm saying.
During the Pro Bowl week.
Pro Bowl weekend was when go to YouTube and look at the quarterback competition. Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to hit targets, trying to throw the ball through moving targets, things of that sort at various yardage depths, things of that like that. Furthest pass you can throw.
They still do the quarterback competition. They just do it. They do it inside, John. They still do the quarterback they just do it inside.
And they
got
just
the little moving things.
And they just brought that back, right? Yeah. They just brought that back because see, they didn't have that. And see, I didn't know anything about it on Pro Bowl weekend, or I would have watched that. I guess I'm going to go to YouTube and take a look at that. But
they got the accuracy contest.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and take a look at that and see who won. But the thing is that the people that people want to see, the players that people want to see, won't play and be in that competition because you stuck the Pro Bowl between the 2 weeks after the championship game and the Super Bowl. Okay, and plus the fact you give people too many opportunities to opt out of the Pro Bowl. All right, now me and Uncle Steve, as y'all like to call him, I call him old Steve because we about the same age. What we used to argue about is the fact that if you got nominated to the Pro Bowl and you were able to play physically, you played. You didn't just take that Pro Bowl selection itself and parlay that into extra money when it came to be contract time. You played. You played. Now, the thing about this part is that, hey, it was an honor to play in the Pro Bowl. When the fans took the time out to vote for you, when the coaches selected you, however it was that you made it, it was an honor to play in the Pro Bowl for a quarter or two. It was supposed to be a lighthearted, just a little old kind of just above flag football level situation where you go out there, throw a couple of passes, they don't rush you, they don't pressure you, defense takes it easy on you. You know, it was just an exhibition. All right. And that's all it was meant to be, for everybody to see their stars play. All right. But to the points that Keely and everybody have made, all right, these contracts have made it where you don't want to overexert yourself. You don't want to get hurt. And, you know, and you're not supposed to be going so hard that you get hurt. Okay? You're not supposed to be going that hard.
Let me push back a little bit, because these guys doing training camp have these hard, cold, intense practices. Now, you ain't got to make it that intense, but it can just be like a extended practice. You know, just practice. That's what I'm saying. You still playing a football game, but you ain't got to go super hard. And don't tell me what's going on, Strap, because I ain't watching it right now. I'm gonna watch it after the show.
Well, football, you can't go half speed in football. That's how people get hurt.
Well, now how many people got it before? Well, see, it depends. See, it depends, because see, the thing is now, what was the worst noteworthy injury that took place in a Pro Bowl game, and how often did it take? How often did it happen? I mean, just going over them, because see, I remember one injury somebody suffered in a Pro Bowl.
I don't remember an injury in the game, but I remember an injury during the events, and it was from
Robert Edwards.
Yeah, that guy, the one keeps
during Pro Bowl weekend. It wasn't the Pro Bowl game.
Yeah, one of the game, but it was doing one of the events. One of the events.
They were running in the sand. Yeah, it was on sand.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
they say
basketball.
Amputated.
Okay. Y'all see, somebody did get hurt.
I'm saying it was a real bad injury from Robert Edwards.
It was flag football. Bad. It was flag football in the on sand.
Oh, now
right. Yeah.
The NBA All-Star game. Y'all were talking about LeBron. And see, now, thing is, I'm going to say this. All of your stars, and I will say from Jordan back, because see, I can't remember whether Kobe participated in it or not, but they all participated in the slam dunk contest.
He did. He did.
Kobe did?
Yeah, he did.
97.
Okay.
Kobe did a slam dunk contest.
Okay.
Yeah. We know
has LeBron, and see, now I'm gonna ask this question, and I ain't trying to start nothing.
LeBron
has
is
LeBron
dunker? He's not a creative dunker.
No. Well, but
I'm talking about Red. I'm talking about Red.
Oh. Well, see, this is
hold on. I'm not the one asking the question.
See, I knew it.
Red, he slid a little junk in and told me, I know who didn't do it.
Cause I didn't hear Red when he said that, but I was
that he was gonna do it though. He did announce one year that he was gonna do it. That was and then backed out
after his third season or something. Second
Now see, this is what's going on with your stars. Your stars' pride, and I'm not talking about LeBron. I'm talking about these youngins, the up and coming stars right now. You should have more participation in the slam dunk contest from your up and coming stars right now than you do. because, and the reason why they don't want to get embarrassed. The reason why they don't want to get embarrassed is because right there, and this is just my theory, right there in real time, oh, he got sunned, he got used, he got smoked, he got cooked, right there, right there. Then your doggone news people that are down on the floor, they'll go right up in their face with a microphone. What does it feel like to get cooked? What does it feel like to get all used up? What does it feel like, and with no, they will do that. They will do that. And
LeBron was scared of that moment, John.
No.
See that they go red.
LeBron is a power
He didn't want to answer those questions.
He is not a creative dunker. He's an end-game dunker. That's two different things, bro.
But
the man is almost 300 pounds. Come on, stop it, bro.
No, but see,
he's almost 300 pounds.
But see, okay.
Now you've seen Bron do a myriad of dunks in game.
Yeah,
only six for like 4 or 5.
Never be
That's all
Kobe because he did do the
slam
dunk contest, and he'll never be the GOAT.
But let me say this now. Let me say this. Let me say this, y'all.
You gotta do the slam dunk contest.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Who won it 3 years straight? The only player to ever win it 3 years straight. He's in the GOAT conversation, right?
But hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this about LeBron.
I just said one time.
If LeBron had done it in the early part of his career, if he had been to about 3 or 4 of them, might not have won them, but appeared in them, just appeared in them. And Duncan, man, do you remember? And I'm trying to think. Do you remember when? I think it was in the 80s. I think it was, well, I guess I don't need to be asking y'all. At any rate, in the 80s and in the 90s, when they had the slam dunk contest, they would be figuring out dunks right there on the side, because what they're doing now, they weren't even doing then. They were just, hey man, what you think I should do? You see them practicing
and with LeBron popularity, he would have won one of them. Now they would have gave him one of them.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was saying. Now, at this part of his career, he's 40 years old. I wouldn't want him to do that. But if he had done this in the early part of his career and took that seriously, there should, I think the narrative would have been a little bit different. Would have been a little bit more positive.
Where he messed up is that he announced that he was going to do it, so people then had an expectation that he was going to do it. I think that's
so he disappointed some folks
because he announced it. No one asked him. So during the dunk contest, he literally got so hyped. He was like, "Next year, I'm going to be in it." Like he went ahead and announced that he was going to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody persuaded him. No one. He just got excited and was like, "I'm going to do it."
Mm-hmm.
So always doing stuff like that.
So I think that's the only thing that messes that situation up, is because like, why did you volunteer for it and then back up?
I'm saying you should have gone. I'm saying you shouldn't have said nothing about it. You just should have been included in it. You should have participated in it in your youth. And
he probably would have won just off GP, because honestly, Kobe performance wasn't exactly the greatest dunk contest ever. They probably would have fixed the field for him, but
or they just would have. Cause see, look, Dominique beat Jordan in Chicago. I'm just letting y'all know that now. Dominique beat him in Chicago, but because he was in Chicago, he got it.
They gave it to Jordan.
He got it.
And if the GOAT can lose a slam dunk contest, then LeBron can lose.
And that's no smoke. And see
the
that
GOAT didn't participate in the slam dunk contest.
And Keely, to your point, these young'uns don't want to be embarrassed. Somebody got to win. Somebody got to lose.
Hey John.
There you go.
Can you drop the link in the chat? James.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I see. I just put that up. And
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this goes back to the whole social media conversation earlier. The worst thing that happened to America, and I stand by it, was World Star. Y'all remember when World Star first came out?
Yeah.
Their biggest video at the beginning was dude getting his ass whipped. And that joint had like over like 1 billion streams or whatever. And right after that, that's when all these little young cats started running around with guns. Cause they were scared to get caught on World Star and get exposed because they ain't got no hand. When we was young, when we came up like scrapping with somebody, that was a pride thing. That was a pride thing. Win, lose, or draw. Either you gonna beat my ass, I'm gonna beat your ass, or we just gonna call it a draw. But everybody's going home. And now they're afraid of getting exposed for that.
On any level. On any level. Because see, look, hey, sometimes I might be sitting at the traffic light, my nose started itching, and my fingers started getting up there near my nose. I'm scared somebody might doggone film me and put me on doggone social media. Look at that old man over there digging in his nose at the traffic light. Because that's what is driving folk. That makes money, that gets views, that gets clicks, that gets observance. And it's at people's expense. It's at people's expense.
I've seen where it was a study.
I'll delete the video.
There was a study.
That's just you. That's just you.
There was a study, and I have to go find it, where they equate attention and social media fame to currency, right? So it's similar to saying like money doesn't change your behavior; it just amplifies your behavior. So if you was an asshole, money just made you a bigger asshole, right?
And you don't care.
So because I got money.
So and that's the same thing that social media attention, that clout does. It doesn't change your behavior; it amplifies it. So to your argument that people start going around with guns and stuff like that, the behaviors of people, those behaviors already existed before cameras documented it. Like people were already doing all that stuff. It's just that it amplifies it. So the behaviors didn't change. It's the same argument with money. He was already an asshole. Money just made him a bigger asshole. Same thing with social media attention or putting a camera in somebody's face or clout. Like it just amplifies the behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can say, I'm going to say too, that there are certain, it amplifies behavior, but I'm going to say this too. Once it becomes acceptable, once it becomes not as shocking as it was, because see, we all have devil in us starting out. We don't know the depths of it. We don't know how deep we'll go with it. We don't know what we'll do when confronted with the situation. We have no idea what it is that we'll do. Okay. We can say, well, no, I won't act like this, or I won't be like this, or I won't be like that. I'm a living witness to not knowing what the heck gonna happen if something happens. We have a bad habit of saying, well, that was in you anyway. That was part of your psyche anyway. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But thing is that controlling it in normal situations where we see that particular type of behavior is not acceptable, that's what separates us from the animals. Okay. Now, it used to not be accepted. Now, long time ago, if you drew a gun on somebody, you got to use it. It's over. Long time ago, if you drew on somebody, it was over with. Okay, you may as well count yourself shot or whatever, because that person you drew it on they going to go get theirs and they coming back to find you, and they going to use that just by virtue of the fact that you drew it. It was just like the Wild Wild West. It's just like, you know, you mess around there and draw that. Hey man, you better go ahead and use it, because if I get a chance to go get mine, I'm using it on you. Nowadays, they jokers up waving stuff all over the place, not shooting or whatever, just showing it off and all that.
Yeah.
You know, and because it's become acceptable. It's become acceptable. Okay. That's where the change came. Because see, you didn't want to be the odd one out long time ago. But see, if everybody's doing it, you just join right in. Because most people are lemmings. Most people are lemmings. And you know why we call people lemmings? Because lemmings will just go in a certain direction, whether there's a cliff or not, and jump right off of that doggone cliff and not question why. Well, they went, I'm going. Because they want to be accepted. You got people that will, if people don't accept them, and Tidy can definitely vouch for this. There are people going on the internet for likes. If they don't get no likes on their comment, oh, see, you got to be wrong because you don't have no likes on your comment. Or see, look, everybody talking about you because nobody like whatever it is. Man,
you're right.
You know, and everybody knows me. I don't care whether you like what I say or not. You know, you couldn't measure the amount of care that I have about you liking me or whatever in a Coke spoon. But if, and see, people do not like to force their own paths because it's hard. It's hard to do that. It's hard to go against the grain. Whether you right or wrong, it's hard to go against the grain. And see, that goes back to what I was saying about the NBA, the slam dunk contest, the 3-point contest. Because see, man, look, this past 3-point contest, there was some folk that really embarrassed themselves in the 3-point contest, man. I mean, these jokers
they couldn't put anybody in there. It was a time when only the special guys got in the real 3-point shooters. Now they can throw any clown that think he can shoot threes in the game. Oh, why don't you get in 3-point contest? What? Man.
Because I was looking for Steph. I was looking for Steph to be in there.
On his home side too.
I was looking for Steph to be in there. I was looking for the real 3-point shooters, like you said, Red, to be in the 3-point contest. Now let's get to that. Now let's get to your boy Chris Paul. Let's get to your boy Chris Paul. Now see,
why you gotta be my guy?
Now that was some straight bull crap that you drug poor little old unsuspecting, wet behind the ears Wembanyama into your mess because he didn't think of that.
Right, and that's the one thing I hate about that, John. You gonna bring that kid up into that now he got a bad. Well, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully he can erase that bad look. And if I were him, I would have came out and made a statement because go ahead because I ain't like bringing that
NFL that they pissed them off too because the announcer was trying to get an interview immediately, and the NFL official was like, no. It was like, no, you're gonna have to go.
Because she was, to my point, she was gonna ask him right in front of everybody. What were you all thinking?
Yeah, they cut that.
What were you people thinking? Were you all trying to game the system? Who the hell y'all think? You know,
I wanted to hear that answer. Yeah, I want to put that microphone in Chris Paul's face.
I mean, wait a minute, James.
He has the sensitive Drake thing going.
I was looking at that. I'm trying to see what the heck that was. Hey, James, take the phone off of mute, please, sir. Yo, he just got them out. He got eyes up here. All right, but yeah,
Drake and Patrick Mahomes taking L's all year. So that's what that's that.
Now, what you think about this subject, James? I've been ranting and pontificating all this time, but what you think about the Pro Bowl and the All-Star Weekend?
Should have put Terry Fontenot on the Avatar too.
I should have. But no, he don't deserve it yet. But it was total bullshit. Excuse my French. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I'm going back to you. Total bullshit. It was a waste of it was total bullshit. Chris Paul and all.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah. And the brain Wimby up into that man. Oh, like Chris Paul, what are you doing, dude? Like
he was trying to use Wimby as a scapegoat.
Well, Wimby got time to clean his reputation up. Chris Paul, this how you going out, buddy? So you probably should have answered some of those questions because I don't think the NBA gonna allow him to come back the All-Star weekend after that. And this might be his last year playing. So this how you gonna go out, Chris Paul, making an ass of yourself at the All-Star festivities. They ought to take his State Farm commercials away from that.
Don't think now, Red. Don't think that them folk at State Farm not looking at that.
That was a bad look.
See, I wouldn't
be surprised.
That man, I said,
how you gonna go out and promote State Farm? You disrespected your brand. You disrespected the game. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for State Farm to bring him back and like have him as some type of role model.
You think they're gonna?
You think, dude? You still gotta have a type of reputation.
So you think State Farm is gonna abandon him?
I wouldn't be surprised because these companies are very sensitive.
I wouldn't be surprised if I see less commercials.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Now let me ask you this: when the last time you saw Chris Paul in a State Farm commercial? Anyway, it's been a minute, hasn't it?
Good point. Yeah, good point. And it's gonna be another minute too after this.
The door closed. I think the door closed.
I'm trying to see how they're gonna. Well, what new commercials are they gonna film after this mess you just made at the All-Star weekend? I mean, they gonna put somebody else on there. I would be surprised they put. I would be surprised they had Wimby just to spite.
Cause see, Well,
they could go Trae Young. They could always call our guy up.
Yeah, well, see, that's another subject. That's another subject. Because I had to do one of my From the Rostrum segment. Well, I did that in the car this morning.
I think I saw a little bit of it. I ain't had time.
I went a little long because I had too much time on my hands waiting for an appointment. But now Keely, to your question, man, these companies are very, very hypersensitive to things that we would just brush off, and cheating, trying to game the system and all that. I mean, they were the first ones that went through the course, did what they did, and they were the first ones disqualified. And they just kept showing them over there. They just kept showing the man with the rules talking to them. They were looking at their facial expressions and things of that sort and all that. So they were under a lot of scrutiny when that took place. Tidy, what did you think about that?
To be honest, John, I'm out of the loop on that situation with Chris Paul and everything that happened. I'm just listening to y'all because I don't know what happened.
Oh, go back. They should have the skills competition on YouTube. Watch the skills competition on Saturday night.
You'll see what I'll give him a quick summary, John.
Oh, now wait a minute. Red, look here. Yeah, look. Are you the right one to be giving a darn summary?
Well, okay, Tidy. Go back and look at it like
man. Look, Red to have you going hunting, folk.
I just say it was a bad look, Tidy. Just look.
It was a bad look. It was a bad look. I'm just telling you, it was a bad look.
I'm gonna check it out tonight.
It was a bad look. You know, and then again, I may be overemphasizing it, but you know, to me, it was just a bad look. It was just a bad look. You know,
I think it was
do that.
It was a bad look, but it falls in line with his reputation. And I mean, so I didn't think I thought it wasn't a big deal until I saw the NBA getting mad at him because I've seen like players, you know, what they say it ain't cheating if you ain't trying. Like I've seen Jason Kidd as a coach do some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Like, you know, having players run into him to get a timeout that he didn't have, you know, things like that. And it's kind of like gamesmanship, so to speak. You know, it's kind of like if you ain't cheating, you know, you ain't trying. It's up for them to, you know, call it out.
And see, the thing was, now, Keely,
I think he's one of those players that you want on your team, but you don't want to play against because they're going to try whatever it takes to win. So as a teammate, you have teammates like that, like a Draymond that push every single boundary they can in order to win the game.
Yeah. But and see now, truth be told, Wemby hit the rim twice with them balls he was flinging up there. So Wemby could say that he was trying, because if you draw iron, okay, NBA rules, ball got to hit the rim in order for the shot clock, and you get the rebound for the shot clock to start back over. Got to hit the rim, okay? He hit it twice. He hit the rim twice. So Wemby could have made a stink about the fact that, okay, look, man, I hit the rim twice on my shot attempts. Chris Paul, man, it's one that nobody didn't have a damn concussion the way he was flinging balls out there out of bounds.
He wasn't even looking.
Wasn't even looking. I mean, balls just flying out of bounds like BBs out of pellet gun.
So keep in mind, it's the skills competition. I don't think most fans take it serious. So the fact that the NBA official came over to them and was irate about it, I think it speaks to the fact that there's probably inner dialogue about players not taking things as serious. So, and that goes to my original point where I felt that, and there's others, and I'm not the only one I've heard this opinion espoused by a certain person on First Take a lot, that the reason that there's such a drop in interest is because the players don't take it serious. Right. I don't want to be a Stephen A. copycat, but I think that speaks to it, the fact that the NBA official got so irate to the fact that they would deny interviews and whatnot over a skills competition. Like, it's not even one to feature, like, it's not the 3-point contest, it's not the dunk contest. Those are the two biggest events on that Saturday night All-Star weekend. And it's not one of those two, but he was irate about it. And I think that probably just goes to the point that they're probably sensitive to the fact that they're watching, or they're probably sensitive to the fact that, you know, they believe that there may be a lack of interest because of players not taking it serious.
Two of your stars. Because see, Chris Paul has been a star in the league. Wemby is an up-and-coming star. And just like you said, now, eyes, no matter the amount of eyes are on this Saturday night. Then, as a result of this occurrence, eyes are on this later on Saturday night, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The eyes are dropping, but it's on videotape. It's immortalized. It won't go away. This look will not go away. Now, it might get minimized depending upon how it's handled and how people feel about it and which way they want to go, but it's there. You know, and the All-Star weekend Okay, the way that they pumped the All-Star weekend up, and the hype may be worse or less important. Well, the hype may be more important than the actual event. I'll just say that. This is the showcase of the NBA until you get to the playoffs and the finals. All-Star weekend. You know, man, I remember last time All-Star weekend was here in Atlanta.
Oh,
they
I
were
was in California, John. Don't remind me.
Man, they were flying. Look here. They were flying in talent. Talent was being flown in, bussed in, everything.
I get it, John. You just rubbing it in. I get it.
Look. Woo! It was something else.
I bet traffic was piled up that Saturday night.
Because I think that Saturday night I was I had to work that Saturday night, and I went to the Quick Trip at the corner of Fulton Industrial and Camp Creek.
Oh, that's over there where I used to work.
Yeah, because we had a little annex over there, not too right across from Club Whack.
Yeah, we know a club over there, John. Yeah, you got
and all of the upstanding business establishments over there. The movers and shakers of beds. I mean, business in Atlanta.
Now, was it some celebrities hanging out there?
Yeah, they were at Quick Trip.
Wow.
They were at Quick Trip, and I'm pumping gas, my head on a swivel. Good grief! Come on now. I want to put this $20 in the car.
Oh, Lord.
I really want to put this in the car.
Yeah, they need her and bring that All-Star game back.
I don't know where we are in the rotation. I think it's going to be soon. But
is it a rotation? Because I swear Lakers don't have it a few. LA don't have it a few times, and
I'm wondering.
Don't have it a few times, and we just.
I thought Atlanta. I thought we were in. I thought they had a rotation. I'm not sure, but
I know we're in the Super Bowl rotation.
Yeah, we're in the Super Bowl rotation.
Yeah.
I know the baseball All-Star game gonna be here now this year.
The next one is in Inglewood, and then the next one after that is in Phoenix. So 2026 is the Intuit Dome. No, the 2026 get All-Stars in Intuit Dome, where the Clippers play, and then in 2027 is Phoenix.
Okay.
They're gonna be two nice cities to enjoy themselves. Phoenix and LA. They don't have nothing past that.
I don't see that. I'm looking.
At least get us in a rotation before. They probably wait for Trey to leave and put us in the rotation. You know why?
Shit. Atlanta got the Super Bowl in 2028.
Okay, well, see.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We getting everything but the NBA All-Star game. We getting all type of events. We getting the World Cup. The Final Four ain't the Final Four gonna be here this year?
Oh man, and see, I think
the Final Four gonna be here this year, and just a matter of time for the award shows start coming here. I mean that Mercedes Benz, that's gonna attract all kind of.
I don't see anything past 2027, 2026, and 2027.
Okay. Man.
I mean, they might have to renovate State Farm again. I don't know.
But
I mean, I thought they were done with the renovations.
What I'm saying is, you create some dangling and new people, it'll attract business. It's just that Atlanta in February is a lot different than LA and Phoenix in February.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, I agree.
Unpredictable.
And they don't want to come down. They don't want to get caught down here with snow. They don't want to get caught down here with just bad weather. So
So
yeah, we kind of unpredictable around by that time of year. Cause see this cold snap coming now.
We had it 2021. Last year, the last year we had it was 2021.
Yeah. Oh. That wasn't that long ago. Okay. I forgot about that. That wasn't that long ago.
No, wait a minute. I know what you're talking about. That's when they moved it here. I think something happened and they moved it here, and then they didn't even invite Trey to the game.
Where was it going to be?
All-Star game, right, Keelan?
Yeah, I'm just going down the list of past All-Star games.
They held the All-Star game at State Farm Arena, John, but I think something happened at the original site, and then they just said, okay, I think it was supposed to be in Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere close by us, and they just put the game here because the events weren't here. I don't think the All-Star weekend was here.
Is there an asterisk by that, Keely, or any type of notes by that?
I'm looking it up. The game was originally scheduled to be held in Indianapolis, but it was relocated to Atlanta due to COVID.
Okay.
Oh, I kind of figured it was something like that. And yeah.
I knew we won the original site. You know, we both would have been playing in that. They would have been playing in that weekend forever.
Oh, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out why they would, because of COVID everywhere, but because Georgia was so lax on the requirements during COVID. Like they weren't, Georgia, you know, Kemp didn't have all the requirements that other states had.
Oh, they weren't locking it down. Wasn't locked down like everywhere else.
Yeah, we're wide open here in Georgia during the pandemic. There's a lot of Republican states that are wide open.
Because see, I had to carry a letter. I had to carry a letter around because when they locked everything down, you know, they classified us as essential personnel. So, you know, I had to carry a letter, and that was the only way I got pulled over a couple of times. Hey, man, they told me I got to go, you know.
We had, and I didn't have one day off. I swear, we worked. UPS was working all during the COVID.
Oh, man, red. Well, I told y'all about that, man. I just,
like I said, I'm just glad I kept my mask, and that's why I'm ordering masks every week.
And the crazy part, I didn't catch it all during the time that I was, you know, going to work or whatever. You know, I was wearing the mask, but that mask that it was issuing was not an N95. It was just regular old mask. And, you know, and it said it right on the box. This will not prevent you from catching COVID. So, you know, and they had a mask requirement, and those were the only masks they were issuing. Why am I wearing this thing? Because I'm tired of smelling my own breath. Can you help me? You know, it was ridiculous, man. And I would sometimes I would get sick because see, when you have a mask on, that carbon dioxide that you're putting out that the plant's supposed to be using to make oxygen with, you're not supposed to breathe that back in. Yeah, you're not supposed to breathe that back in. You know. And man, I didn't get sick until after COVID was over with. I didn't take a shot. I had a convention I had to go to down in Houston, Texas, and Texas was one of the hot spots. And that's the only reason I took the shot, because I knew I was going to have to go down there. Didn't catch it down there, but you know, you had people that were catching it, and folk, man, oh boy, it was ridiculous. But you talking about making money. Man, I remember I did 3 24-hour shifts in 1 week consecutively. Went out there, showered, whatever, and then came right on back in, sat down where I was sitting, just raking it in. I mean, look, you know, my employees were, well, Mr. Harris, how long can we work? How long you want to work? As long as you ain't stinking when you working in here, you can come in here and go to work. Don't make me no never mind. Make that money. And man, they really opened the floodgates because wasn't nobody else working.
Yeah, it's the highest unemployment rate since the Great Depression. There's a lot of people out of work.
Well, see, and the thing was, those stimulus checks, those PFP loans, and they were paying people to stay at home. So I say, hey, I can't argue with it. And I don't think they're gonna catch the rest of those folk who was messing with them PFP loans. I think they probably done disbanded the PFP loan task force. We done caught all we gonna catch. So don't even worry about it. Now that just don't make no doggone sense right here. Coach, turn your mic on. Coach, his internet might be messed up. That's old Coach joining us. I can't hear him. Coach, if you can hear me, go out and come back in. Coach.
Yo. What's up, fellas?
What's going on?
Not much, man.
You've been absent from your classes here for about 3 weeks? Red, you attendance keeper. How long Coach been out?
Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while.
It's been a minute. Maybe about 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Coach, I want to get your opinion. I don't know whether you've been hearing us or whatever, but I want to get your opinion on what you thought about the All-Star game as well as the Pro Bowl, because that's been the topic of discussion tonight. Is it worth having? Is it dead? Is there anything that can be done to revive it? And what were your impressions of what you saw if you watched it Sunday?
Well, I mean, the Pro Bowl, in my opinion, has never really been anything. Like, I don't think no one really cares about the Pro Bowl. I can't recall a time it's ever been like, oh, the Pro Bowl is on, like, let's watch. It's it definitely is nowhere close to the NBA's All-Star time. But so, I mean, as far as the Pro Bowl goes, I don't really care one way or other. I don't think I've ever watched a Pro Bowl game in my life. But the NBA All-Star game, I mean, I look at that like the red carpet at the Grammys. Like, who shows up, what they got on is generally more important than the actual Grammy itself. So, like, when it comes to the All-Star game, who comes, who shows up, who has always been really more of a talk than the actual game. I mean, everybody gets bad because players don't go out there and play, but you got to understand, these players make millions, and I'm not going to take a game that I could possibly get hurt in and destroy my career. I'm not going to go out there and play either. I'm going to play around and just really do a bunch of nothing because I'm not going to risk going out there and getting hurt. So, I mean, I've never taken stock in the game itself. Like the 3-point, the dunk contest, those are that literally, like, the skills and the different type of challenges to where you really can't get hurt. That should be more of a focus than the actual game itself. No one plays the game really, in my opinion.
See, now what Coach just said, and Coach, this is from your time watching it, right?
Right.
See, now what Coach just said is reflective definitely reflective of the general consensus of what the All-Star game and the Pro Bowl mean. And it's different from mine because I grew up when the players took pride in it. And something that I had said, Coach, and I'm just going to run it by you just to see what you say or see how you feel about that. Okay, the slam dunk contest. Would you say that barring, let's take the injury factor out of it. Let's take the potential for injury factor out of it. Would you say, and I'm gonna lead you down the garden path here, and you just tell me whether you agree or don't. Are today's younger athletes so sensitive about their reputations that they couldn't lose or don't want to be seen losing a slam dunk contest?
I don't necessarily think that's it.
No. What I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I'm just asking, is that statement accurate or not?
I would say no. I just think there's really like no incentive to be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you. And Winston, cover your ears. I think LeBum James is the one who really destroyed refusal to take part in it when you are quote unquote the face of the NBA. Just made it so where everyone underneath him or after him really just doesn't care about it. I think that because prior to his refusal, all of your quote unquote faces of the NBA took part in it. So I don't know if it's necessarily they don't want to lose. I just think no one cares. No, yeah, I just really think no one cares.
Good answer.
Winston?
Yep.
You heard what Coach said. Then.
I heard what he said. They don't mean the truth.
I'm just asking whether you heard what Coach said. Man. That's all I was.
So I'm gonna ask him the same question I asked y'all. All right. How many Pro Bowl was Tom Brady elected to?
I don't know, but football's Pro Bowl and basketball's All-Star game is two totally different things. Like the NFL Pro Bowl, like that's just, I don't even know why they have a Pro Bowl. No one has ever watched or cared about the NFL Pro Bowl, like the actual game itself. They should just nominate people to the Pro Bowl and keep moving.
Well, Coach, yeah, they have watched it, and okay. Now, Coach, do you remember seeing a Pro Bowl that took place after the Super Bowl before they moved it in between the championship games and the Super Bowl? Have you ever seen a Pro Bowl?
I mean, to be real, this how much I don't care, and I'm all about football. I did not know that they moved the Pro Bowl to after the Super Bowl to this year. I always thought it was before. I thought it was the final game, the final playoff game, then the Pro Bowl, then the Super Bowl or whatever, or have like again. I don't ever watch the Pro Bowl, so I really don't care. To be real with you.
So see that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because the Pro Bowl was an event. The Pro Bowl was an event that took place after the Super Bowl. so that anyone that was nominated or voted into the Pro Bowl, they all participated, AFC and NFC, unless they were injured, whether they won the Super Bowl or not. But see, right, the way it is now, it's between the championship week and the Super Bowl. Okay. So there was a time where the Pro Bowl was a big thing. There was a time where that Saturday, that Saturday where you had the skills competition was a big thing. Where you had the NFL's fastest man.
But John, was it a big thing, or did they always try to make it a big thing? Like in my eyes, the NFL Pro Bowl has never, like, it just has never garnered the attention that the NBA All-Star week or weekend has. Like I've never heard anyone in my years say, "Hey man, you see the All-Star game?" Like I've just never heard anyone really give a damn about the Pro Bowl, like, ever.
To your point, I've heard I've heard football players complain about the marketability and their ability to make money off the field, right? In comparison to the NBA players. So that's why it probably hasn't been as popular. And the biggest complaint I've heard from football athletes is like, look, we play in face masks, we play with these helmets, like the visibility. When you see LeBron on a poster, you see his face, you see everything, like the marketability of the athletes. And I think in all these four major sports, well, not just the four North American sports, but I mean, it's still the entertainment business, and stars are what attract viewers. It's an entertainment business. So I think that explains your point of why the Pro Bowl didn't attract the viewership as the NBA All-Star game, because those NBA stars were more marketable. And especially at the peak of Jordan, when he was like on every Gatorade commercial, every Nike commercial, every cereal box of Wheaties and all this, when he was just marketed everywhere. And then you had Kobe, who was marketed everywhere, and all these different stars, Grant Hill, everybody, right? So I think that's the biggest reason. The reason it did have viewership was, I believe, my personal opinion, more so because after the Super Bowl, that was the last glimpse of football you had left, and you still had the visibility of stars, but it's just not as the football players weren't considered as marketable as NBA players.
Yeah, you know what? That is actually a great point. And when you were saying that, I was thinking like, well, damn, how do you remedy that? And I mean, that's a simple remedy to it. How you were making the point about them, and face, like, and helmets and stuff, you can't see them. If they want to market it better, then they need to go to like a flag football type of, to where you can actually see the different players. The problem with football and basketball is such a huge team sport that basketball really isn't. Like basketball, you have individuals who can literally lead their team. Like you could have one superstar and a gang of bums, and you can still market that person, versus football. It's like the ultimate team sport. Like you really need everybody, and a tackle is not as sexy as a running back or a quarterback or a wide receiver, but you absolutely need them. Whereas basketball, you can kind of get away with really not knowing who this forward is, but you know who this guard is who scored all the points. You know what I mean? Like I could see how it's so hard to. I could see how it's so hard to market football versus basketball.
With basketball, because of their visibility, you could be the 30th best player in the NBA,
right?
And be a global marketing, global marketing campaign. You can't. In order to reach that level of status, you have to be like Brady. You have to be top 2% in the NFL to achieve the same level of marketability. Like LaMelo Ball has his own shoe and is the face of Puma. Like Shea Gildress has his own shoe and is the face of Converse. Like
right.
now in the hierarchy of stardom, not saying that they aren't talented players, but they're not close. And if you were to rank in terms of stardom, they're not where Steph, LeBron,
Right,
Giannis.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So you could be way down here and be way more marketable than Mahomes. Like we've seen some of the most popular football players try to sell shoes, and it doesn't work. Nobody has bought a pair of Patrick Mahomes Adidas. They've been trying to sell Patrick Mahomes Adidas for a long time, and nobody's buying them.
Well, I mean that goes back to what I'm saying. That goes back to what I'm saying. It's easier to market basketball because it's a series of individuals who play a team sport versus football. It's a team sport comprised of individuals. You see what I'm saying? Like you could market a Steph Curry, greatest shooter ever. Like he could carry his team to a championship and win versus, you know, a Pat Mahomes. He truly needs each and every individual piece. So it's harder to market just him and not the team. You know what I mean? So yeah, I get what y'all said. I just
now to be fair, they did limit guys taking out their helmets in the NFL. If they took that law out, maybe we can go back to marketing guys. Because I remember Emmitt Smith used to take his helmet off every play. Why don't they let the players take their helmet, show their face?
Well,
yeah,
I mean, they made, you know, the problem with football is every attempt for players to be individuals, they have squashed it.
Because nobody's bigger than the Shield. Yeah. That's right. That's been the NFL
but
thing.
Then you start
Nobody
dancing.
bigger than the Shield.
I want to take my helmet off and start dancing. I mean, let the players go back taking their helmets off and dancing.
Yeah.
So
for whatever reason, every time, you know, the NFL individuals start getting the forefront, the NFL has squashed it. I mean, you go back and you think about Chad. Like every week, people tuned in to see what shenanigans he was going to do when he scored a touchdown. What the NFL do? They squashed that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're able to be more of an individual in the NBA versus the NFL.
Well, in the NFL,
they told them to put their helmets back on because like I say, eventually you were gonna have somebody be bigger than the league, and they were gonna take their helmet off every play, make sure you see their face. But personally, I didn't mind that. I mean, why not? If you make a play, we deserve to know who it is.
Well, you know, as production got better and better, they started showing people's faces and associating them with the numbers on the team introductions, as well as sideline coverage, out of bounds coverage, the coaches going up in the coaches' booth with the camera, things of that nature. Because see, I remember when you didn't have that. I remember when you didn't even have that.
I think that helps, but I think the biggest impact you're going to see to the marketability of players is highlights. So when you see Braun switching from one hand to the other, going down the lane, this and that, you see Braun making that play. Now, when Bijan makes 30 people miss, you do not see it. You don't see him. No, you see the Falcons helmet and that's just the nature of the sport. So when they're showing
you do, Keely. Well, you do, but it's after the play is over because
here's what I'm saying.
Camera that's over the field, they put that right. They got it where that thing will go right in somebody's helmet and face.
John, now, when you turn on SportsCenter at the end of the night to watch the top 10, right? You're not. The top 10 could be the top 10 football highlights from that day. When they get due with 10 through 1, you're probably not going to see a single individual face of the person that made that highlight.
Yeah,
Well,
you're gonna see the jersey and uniform. Yeah, I get it. You're gonna see the jersey and the uniform.
But if you look, say for instance, they go through now like NFL Network. And see that's another thing. NFL Network. Well, before I say anything about NFL Network, you have sometimes, even though Fox Sports can't show the game, you got CBS, you got Fox, you got NBC, you got ESPN in the stadium, taking pictures, filming, whatever, and cutting that film up for highlights of that particular game. Now, the top 10, you may not see that intimate shot of that player. But if you show that game or those excerpts of that game, and it's not going to be, and don't get me wrong, it's not going to be to the degree that the NBA can show it because you're not wearing a helmet and you know who this person is because you see them going up and down the court, sweating, doing whatever, talking to the referee, they on the free throw line and all that. But you do see them. You do see them.
It's just not to the
it's not to the degree to NBA.
So so for example, like when Gatorade makes a Jordan commercial, it's images of him doing like making a 3-point that 3-point in the final and doing this and then doing like the wink and point stuff like that, which are all images that are caught during highlights of a game, which NFL players are at a disadvantage because you'll never be able to get that type of film on.
Cause see, 3 Dirty just brought out something that made me think. You know where NIL came from, where it started. College football. College has a rule where you don't see nobody. Okay, like teams like Penn State and Alabama. Sometimes I remember Bill Curry down there, with Georgia Tech. Told them jokers that they had to earn the right to have their name on the back of their uniform by their play. But with NIL, if you know a player's number, the year that he played, if you saw it on a college football 2024 or whatever year it was, they were making money off of that man's name, image, and likeness.
Right.
You didn't even see. You didn't even see who he was.
Yeah, that's like Virginia Tech selling a number 7 jersey. Like it never had the name on it, but I mean everybody
knew who it was.
Yeah, you knew exactly who it was. But I mean that was needed because you can't make billions of dollars off me and like I'd not get a cent. Like that had to happen because again, you don't know. Number 7 for Virginia Tech never had a name on it, but you knew exactly who it was.
You knew who he was,
and that should have been paid to him. But
okay, and see the reason why I brought that up.
He got made up when Madden 2004 came out.
Now you see what Mills put up there. I just mashed that and put that up there, and I didn't really read it until Tidy was laughing after it.
Oh damn! I didn't even know all these jokers was in here. What's up, everybody?
And then with football, like the most marketable players on the football team typically is the quarterback. They typically get all the shine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Basketball is a group of individuals. You're generally only going to get the quarterback, running back, or wide receivers on football. Like no one knows who the tackle is.
Now let's compare basketball with that. If you got a slug out there that plays center, doesn't score, barely dunks, versus point guard, power forward, small forward, shooting guard that's stroking it from 3-pointer, doing 360 slam dunks. Whether you see that man's face or not, the public determines, or you individually, you determine how much you're going to watch that person, how much credit you're going to give that person, what type of opinion you're going to have about that person, whether you see him or not.
So from a marketability standpoint, typically centers aren't considered marketable in terms of the NBA. You did have Dikembe, who probably the biggest example of a center being marketed. But you look at the league now where Jokic is historically probably.
I would say Shaq, bro. I would say Shaq.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Especially now.
But when you look at the league now, but you look at the league now, whereas Jokic is arguably the biggest star in the league, one of the biggest stars at center, and you don't see him on anything. Like
no.
You don't see the type of Reebok campaign that they have for Shaq. You don't see that with Jokic. Even the Adidas campaign that they created for Mutombo, you don't see that with Jokic.
Now,
I see Jokic he got one endorsement. That's that hotel commercial.
Who is that for Jokic?
Yeah,
and he had it. I think he switched from Nike to his own shoe. I know he was signed with Nike, and Nike didn't make a single move with him. But I think he swapped to another shoe company that got his own series of shoes, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think they did anything.
Keely, what is he gonna say about a shoe? What the hell is Jokic?
I mean, but that was kind of the same thing with Mutombo. It was a language.
I'm not going against your point. I'm just asking the question: How the hell is Jokic gonna market a shoe? He barely jumped. The Joker barely jumped high enough to slip a dollar bill flat under his foot.
Yeah, he got his own shoe line now. He left Nike, got his own shoe line. They don't.
To Keely's point, if you could promote, and I know you guys probably never really seen it, because I doubt it left DC. But if you could promote George Mirasan's big bummy ass, then then there's a
wait a minute. What was Mirasan on, Coach?
He was on everything in DC, bro. When we had him, Weber, Juwan Howard. When we had that crew, George Mirasan, big bum ass, was on everything in DC, bro. Like everything.
Man,
he was in a movie with Billy Crystal too.
Right. Like if you can promote him, you can promote anybody. But that's the Keely's point. Like it's way easier to market people in the NBA because you can see them versus the NFL. You can't all week. Like if you've never seen Jake Matthews before, you know what I mean? Like all you know is his number and his jersey. Like most people wouldn't know what he looked like if he was standing in front of them.
So another thing about all major sports, the way that they market and the way it's built upon, or how they rely on it, is on being tribal, right? And the NFL is probably the best case for it. So it's more so of not the individual players, but people being tribal to their team. So like you got a Philadelphia Eagles faction, you have a Falcons faction, you have a Cowboys faction. So the sports, and whenever they create a new league, it's important that they try to draw fans to be dedicated not to individual players, but to
the brand itself.
That brand for that city, right? So that's also why when they create teams and they create certain things, it has to be attached like to the dynamics of the city, right? So like the Utah Jazz was originally in New Orleans, and that Jazz, pseudonym, the nickname is, as an attachment to, of course, New Orleans, right? So that's kind of the whole way in which it's branded, and that's how the NFL successfully builds their fandom. Is more so about not the individual players, but maintaining that tribal aspect. So that way your son becomes a fan of the same tribe that you had already aligned to. So if your dad was a Philadelphia Eagles fan, they're passing that fandom down to the next generation, and to the next generation, to the next generation. And I think that's why for the NFL, the Pro Bowl doesn't, because you in the Pro Bowl you remove the tribalism. If you're a fan of the Falcons, it's not a Falcons team playing in the Pro Bowl. You see what I'm saying? So, and I think that's probably what one of the detachments, whereas the NBA has always been marketed by stars. Like literally when the league was falling apart, the whole narrative that put the NBA back together was Magic versus Bird, individual players. And that put the league back together. So, and I think that's why the All-Star game works for the NBA. What has traditionally worked for the NBA more than it did the Pro Bowl, and why another aspect as far as why the Pro Bowl never achieved the same acclaim, because the whole business model between the NFL is about tribalism. Like, this is my team. Like, nobody said that's my left tackle. Like, no, it's the Falcons are my team, the Chiefs are my team, and literally the fandom is separated by that faction. Whereas, like, you got people who are LeBron fans, they follow whatever team LeBron owns, that's who they're currently a fan of.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Whatever. That's the best thing you could have said, Keely. Whatever team he's on. So whatever he's going, he's going to follow. He's going to follow, his best chance to get a ring. He ain't going to stay there and build it himself.
But that's how the NBA has made their money, by marketing the individual stars. Like,
yeah. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying to
Kobe,
your point.
Garnett, that was a Winston shot. That was a dig, coach. You didn't disguise that real good.
I'm just saying. It's not like
you didn't.
You're a fan of the Lakers because Kobe spent his whole career there, or you're a fan of the Bulls because Jordan spent his most of his career there. You gotta hop from bed to bed like a hoe. When you follow,
I'll be willing to bet there were more during Shaq young years. There were more Shaq fans than Orlando Magic fans.
That's absolutely.
That's what I'm getting at.
Absolutely.
Now, just imagine. Well, I guess y'all. Let me see. Before free agency.
NFL?
Before free agency, period. Before free agent, and well, we can use the NFL for an example. Okay, say for instance, Emmitt Smith. Okay, now he chose to stay with Dallas. Him, and because Jerry Jones wasn't gonna let him go. He wasn't gonna let him go. They might fuss, they might fight or whatever. But when you saw Emmitt Smith, Dallas Cowboys.
There's no cold.
Emmitt Smith, Dallas Cowboys. And that's where he was gonna be. You knew he was a Dallas Cowboy. Let me see somebody else. But that's the way it was a long time ago. That's the way it was a long time ago. And then again, when free agency did come out, the owners and the players and teams, just like the tribalism example that Keely brought out, you associated people with teams, because when running backs, quarterbacks, whatever, when they were drafted by teams, 9 times out of 10, if it wasn't a real, they would keep them. They would stay there unless there was a real heated contract dispute where the two sides couldn't get together, or the two sides just couldn't agree on anything, or they were just so polar opposite at the time of negotiation, they left. All right. Teams long time ago, kind of what Keely was saying. I mean, if you were living in the city of Cleveland, whatever team there was in Cleveland, you had generational fans. They were Browns fans. That dog pound, even when they took the team from them, that dog pound was still there. They embraced the new team that came up there. Same thing with the Ravens in Baltimore when the Colts left. And you didn't have super stations, you didn't have cable, you didn't have satellite back in those days where you would see this team no more than when they came to your town. That's all you would see. Okay. So as far as marketing right now, the number one team in the NFL that makes more money from jersey sales, from memorabilia, paraphernalia, all that type of stuff is the Cowboys. Cowboys killing everybody as far as selling jerseys and all that type of stuff. Cowboys killing everybody.
Because
right.
John, you know they say you're gonna be in the Super Bowl every year. That's their turn. They say that every year. I'm tired of them Dallas Cowgirls.
Well, hey, I mean, look, and welcome, welcome William to the dais. But see, look, do something about it.
Yeah, you got Jerry Jones, a racist owner. He can do what he want to do. He want them.
Well, I mean, and see, those fleas that come with the dog. Those fleas come with the dog. Y'all been doing a good job. The other 31 teams in NFL by keeping the Cowboys out of the Super Bowl, along with what they do themselves to stay out of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. That's probably the biggest component. They probably keep themselves out.
Yeah, you know,
every year it's high expectation. We want to see the Super Bowl.
You're do a good job of that,
but you can't damn them for the expectation. You can't damn them for that. You know,
they got some loyalty fans. They're gonna travel.
Yeah, we can't damn them for their profitability. We can damn them for their expectations.
Can't they damn themselves? Like
they do it. That's what they do.
Yeah. That's why Stephen A. just every time Dallas stumbled, he had that cowboy hat on and stick that old fake cigar in his mouth.
Yeah, I think you can damn them because, like, for example, there's certain teams you should not have an expectation to win a Super Bowl next year. Like, if you're a Titans fan, you should not. If you're the Jacksonville Jaguars, you have no expectation to win the Super Bowl.
Tennessee Titans too.
Yeah, that's what I said first. The Titans.
Minneapolis Colts. The Colts,
Atlanta Falcons.
I was about to say the same thing, Toddy. Atlanta Falcons.
There are a lot of teams in this league that should have no expectation. That doesn't mean they can't get there. It's just that there shouldn't be a reasonable expectation. Like you're out your mind if you have an expectation.
We just got no identity, man, and it's coaching all year. Like John said, coaching, man. It's coaching matters though.
You know, you've been pretty.
You don't know what players you could get in the draft. It's all about development. If you're not a development players, and you know how to put them players in right position and scouting.
You know, at this point, I'm going to. Although I have said it before, I'm going to vehemently agree with my boy Tidy. At this point, bro, it's no longer culture. Mm-hmm. It is actually the culture here in Atlanta. We don't have a winning culture, bro. And until that changes, it don't matter who we bring in here. It's going to be the same result.
Yeah, I just think the coaching is symptomatic of having a bad culture.
Right.
Because if you have a bad culture, then you're gonna hire the wrong coaches, like a Jim Moore Jr. and all that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you do things like not hire, and again, I understand that maybe he didn't want the job, but we didn't hear about you do things like not offering Harbaugh the job. Or passing over Bill Belichick for a Raheem Morris, a retread. Like when you have a bad culture, you do things like that.
Yeah, and like I said, man, I like Coach said, man, I don't want no expectation for the team. I just got to see it. I'm done with the talking. I want to see the results because you're wasting J.C. Bates time. You're wasting A.J. Terrell time.
Crap every damn week. Talking about you done talking. You're gonna be talking all the way up to the damn draft.
Bro, I'm just saying, but when is this team gonna get it together and play for consistent 60 minutes?
But we gonna see. This season over with. We got a new year coming up soon.
But aside from culture, because we've seen teams with bad culture at least make a Super Bowl. You know, like because the Cincinnati Bengals historically have a bad franchise, one of the worst managed franchise in the NFL, and they made a Super Bowl. I think
we don't made 2 of them. That's why exactly. Is bullshit.
Yeah, and sometimes
NFL, man, if you just make the right moves, get the right guys, and put all the right pieces together and have it cohesive, you can do something. I don't care what team you are, you can win. The Falcons' problem is they just keep putting the right people in the wrong positions. Terry, even though I said we're gonna give him another chance for another draft, Terry's a horrible GM, and just call it what it is. Terry is a horrible GM. And if
Red, what does that signify? You just said it. You said you can't blame the culture. You just continue putting the wrong people in position. That is the culture. But
no, 2 things can be true at the same time. Okay. Two things can be true at the same time. It could be culture, and you could have a bad GM because of that culture, or you could have a bad head coach because of that culture. The thing is that sometimes, what they say, a dead clock is right twice a day.
Twice a day, right? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Exactly. So sometimes you can fail into success, right? So,
right.
And that is feasible. Like that's feasible.
Well, we might end up doing that because if you get it right, if you get the right quarterback, like what you said, we might fail into the Terry. Like you said, by mistake.
A quarterback is such an X factor. A quarterback is such an X factor that if you got the right one, they can erase a lot of wrongs. If that
absolutely no one is disputing what both of you guys are saying. But the point is, when you look at teams like Philly, when you look at teams like Pittsburgh, hell, when you even look at team like Buffalo, although Buffalo has not won, Buffalo consistently has made it. Even in the 90s, they went 4 straight times. Now they can't get past Mahomes, but even in their lack.
They got a quarterback.
But listen, Red. Even in their lack, exactly. That's my point. Even in the lack of,
it ain't just quarterback. Red, but every organization that y'all just listed, Baltimore, Eagles,
Buffalo Bills,
Pittsburgh, Buffalo.
I agree. They draft well. I agree.
So what do you think that draft? What do you think that drafting comes from? What do you think that drafting comes from, Red? Okay, so but they don't have they don't have the same GM for the last 40 years, bro.
I got a secret to tell everybody.
Who?
Drafting is not
drafting
is not solely just a GM.
Right.
It's scout.
It falls at the feet. It falls at the feet of the GM, but it's not just the sole responsibility of the GM.
Yeah, the GM oversees the draft. Of course, he has scouts.
Well, it depends on the hierarchy.
Right. It depends on the team.
Well, it's on the hierarchy. Here's what I'm saying. One individual coach doesn't coach the whole team, but the responsibility of coaching falls on the head coach.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
it's the same way.
This culture,
like with
right
every
every
GM, they have other front office personnel that contribute to those decisions. Like
now,
Howie Roseman probably has the final.
Let me get this out.
Howie Roseman probably has more say or control than we're speculating, but Howie Roseman probably has more pull and weight or equity than Terry. But I'm pretty sure Howie also has other front office personnel that contribute to those conversations.
Look, it's like this. It's like this, Red.
Let me say this, Coach. As far as culture goes, when Matt Ryan's first 5 years, so even though I hate to defend Matt Ryan, but during that period when we were consistently winning, the culture was fine. Players were coming here because they expected to win. So the culture was fine when you consistently winning. The culture that we got now, since Terry been here, that culture is bad. We got to get out of that culture.
Well, actually, Red, it wasn't good when when he got here either, because as we seen, we only catered to one side of the ball, which we have consistently done in my lifetime. Like that is a culture. To use it in a term.
That's our culture, coach. That's our culture.
Right, it's a bad culture, but to put it into a way I know you will understand, it is no different than the Tide and the Bulldogs. I don't know those teams, but I can guarantee you they don't have the same recruiters year in and year out for the last 20-30 years. The recruiters, I mean the recruiters have changed, yet they consistently have a great product put on the field because that is their culture. Their culture as a whole is in a great place. The Falcons just don't have that. I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is, who the coach is, none of that. Our culture as a whole is not on the same level as a Pittsburgh, as a Philly. Like those teams may have one or two bad seasons, but they don't have 7 in a row. You know what I'm saying? Like those teams may have a bad quarterback that they done signed, but they immediately rectify the situation. But great teams with great culture always find some way to flip the script on whatever the issue is with their team and flip it and turn it into a positive to get back to winning. That is the one thing great teams are able to do.
In what time frame?
Push back a little bit.
And I mean, in almost all situations, relatively quickly.
What do you mean? What do you mean quickly? How long?
Like within a couple years, like 2 to 3 to 4. I would say your great teams with a great culture are able to turn around any type of misstep within a 5-year span.
Okay. Coach.
Whoa.
So here, if
now,
you
coach,
like, it's very
5 years now, coach.
I would say within 5. Bro, look at who is that? Michigan. Was it Michigan State? I believe it was Michigan State, the Spartans, if I'm not mistaken, someone correct me, who lost their entire football team. They lost every single player on their football team, bro, and was able to turn it around within a few years. Why? Because they already had established a great culture in winning at that place.
I don't know if you can attribute college. I don't think you can compare the college.
Like, I was going to ask you, Coach. See, that's what I was going to ask you, Coach. With that 5 year, and I'm just using the 5 years because that's what you threw out. I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just going to use that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it will be. I'm just saying
no,
they're able to do it relatively quickly.
Okay, let's take your 5 year time frame. Is that also true for the NFL?
No. Because you have
I would say yes. I would say absolutely yes.
I could give you so many examples.
The Giants historically have been known as a good franchise, but they haven't won in so long.
I don't know if I would agree with that though, Keely. They have had good seasons, yes. I don't know if I would necessarily. So your historically great franchises are your 49ers, or your Green Bay Packers, or your Philadelphia Eagles.
Boy,
did you?
I don't know.
Now, Coach. Now, if you're going to use those as examples. They have had some notably long drought periods that lasted.
Right.
No. Hold on. They've had droughts. They've had droughts in winning Super Bowls. They haven't had droughts in being like a trash. Have been a trash team. That's what I'm talking about.
Coach,
yeah, they have.
Coach, real quick, I just want to add one note. When I look up teams with the most wins in NFL history, number 1 is Green Bay, 2 of the Chicago Bears, number 3 the New York Giants, 4 the Pittsburgh Steelers, 5 is Washington.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected about the Giants. Okay, my bad.
Man, you stand corrected about a few of them.
But you really got to look at winning percentage though in order to get the true number on that.
Well, I would say this. I'm really also counting in the fact that league wide they're known as a quote unquote a good front office. That's the reputation of the New York Giants. Now,
okay.
I know in terms of the ownership and whatnot, they're very polar opposite to us, which is kind of the owner doesn't know how to put a winning franchise together, whereas the Giants have had a lot more years of success. I mean, granted, the greater portion of that you're talking about like the Phil Simms era, and all of that, and then you had the years with Eli. But I think the reason why I think it's hard to compare it to the NFL is because of the salary cap and because so much of winning depends on getting the right quarterback. So if you're a franchise and you land the wrong quarterback, say somebody like a Daniel Jones, that could set you back well beyond 5 years because you have to invest so much in that quarterback position, and then it's hard to offload and come off of that quarterback. That's why I think turnaround is tough in the NFL.
And again, I said 5 years just as a time frame, but more
that's why I asked you about it, Coach. That's
right.
why I just asked you.
More importantly, what I'm saying, the gist of what I'm saying is your great franchises have the ability to, regardless on the situation, basically flip the team because they have a great culture already in place. They have a wonderful foundation already in place. Again, look at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh just last year.
Man, you keep bringing up Pittsburgh. They don't have 3 coaches in their entire history, and their current coach don't win 18 years without a losing record. So Pittsburgh, yeah, okay. How many other teams got that same history?
If you would have let me finish, I would tell you what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, man.
They had just last year. Just last year, they had no quarterback. Just last year, they're like they had no quarterback.
And their
what did they do?
They'll keep dwindling to the point where they asking for Mike Tomlin's job.
All right. Well, you let me know what I'm trying to say.
The new number one.
You let me know what I'm trying to say.
Is the Cowboys.
The culture for Kansas City, if you look at
the new number one based on
the culture of Kansas City was a bad culture within these last 20 years. So man, look at all the coaches they blew through. The guy from Arizona that got into it with Bolden, I don't forget his name, is skipped me right now. Romeo Crennel. They don't have all of these Marty Schottenheimer. That culture in Kansas City was not what the culture is now since they got Pat Mahomes at the signal caller. If Michael Penix turned out to be the quarterback that a lot of us think he is, our culture will change for the best.
That's a big if, though. That's a big if.
Yeah, and I ain't need to cut y'all.
The right people in the right position. If you got a quarterback in the right position, he can change the culture. The Bengals culture, like you said a minute ago, as long as they got Joe Burrow as their quarterback, yeah, they got a bad culture. They win every so often, but their culture is still, we got a chance to win as long as Burrow is that quarterback. That's the culture for Cincinnati right now.
They need a defense, though. Their defense is
I would say this, though.
That's part of the culture. But the culture, William, if you sign with Cincinnati right now, what's your mindset? I got Burrow as quarterback. I got a chance to win. Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, you right. You got the offense, but you got to study the defense though. Defense championship.
Well, our culture been the same thing the past 30 years, but we still don't make 2 Super Bowls and within 2 minutes of winning one.
But Red,
Same
but
60
it like I said, is Rich McKay is the problem, and Teddy been saying this, bro. We are not winning nothing if Arthur Blank don't. Hey, dude, you got to go. Because like I said, he's still around this organization, bro.
Even with Rich McKay around, if Michael Penix turned out to be the quarterback out there making plays and winning games, Rich McKay, yes or no, be damned, we can still win some football.
No, I can't say that. It's not absolute because even in Cincinnati, the ownership does present hurdles for them getting the talent that they need. So like it's not like Jesse Bates said, yes, I'm staying here because this is my best chance to win. Like there's still talent that's consistently leaving. And I'm not saying that they made a bad decision with Mixon and some of these other players that chose to leave, but even you got Burrow coming out making statements talking about, I think, so and so does it. The Eagles does it right by paying everybody. Like when you're making certain comments like that, that means like, well, there could be some issues with the front office that they historically had. So your front office can still. Yeah, and that's my point. Like Mike, so even though they have probably a generational talent at quarterback, probably one of the most talented quarterback that they probably had in their franchise, even though that they have that, like they do still have a hindrance in the front office. So even if you get a quarterback. Like you can get a quarterback and the front office can still mess it up.
I mean,
all right. Well, here's a better example, Keelan. And let me ask this for everybody on the panel. Right now, I'm just asking, as of right now, today, William, definitely talking to you. Right now, today, what's the Washington Commanders culture? As of right now, today, what's their culture?
The Washington Commanders are historically a bottom level team. I mean, that is just how it is.
Today,
just because you're winning, right now.
What is your expectation of that team today? If you're a player,
they got a whole new ownership, though, Coach.
Listen, Ray. I could tell you because my entire family are Commander fans, entire family, and not a single, even with this season that was just good, just past season, none of them have any type of expectations of them winning no Super Bowl anytime soon. Why? Because they are historically a bad franchise. Yes, you may luck up and get great people in at the right time, but they are not historically a good franchise. So with that, meaning a bad culture, you're not going to expect anything. And I can promise you, my mom has season tickets. I just asked her before they played that playoff game what she thought. She said we're gonna lose. Like you just because you have a good team at the moment does not erase the history of the team. That's my whole point.
Okay, now let me add something now. Let me add something now. Now, Coach, Coach, when you're talking about Washington, are you including the Redskins history also?
Correct.
Oh, now wait a minute, Coach.
They have just because you win a Super Bowl does not make your franchise historically good. Historically, they have been one of the worst franchises. Yes, they have won a few Super Bowls, but generally, I think if you look at their record, they have more losses than they have wins.
But Coach,
even winning Super Bowl.
That may be that. No. Red, I'm going back further than that. I'm going back to Jack Kent Cook.
Right.
With Joe Gibbs.
Right.
I'm going back to Joe Gibbs when he was coaching the Redskins. Now, the Redskins were a respected organization back when Joe Gibbs was their coach. And he was their coach. How long was he their coach, y'all?
He was there for a while. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah. Now and see the thing.
He came back.
Yeah. They brought him back because they thought he could bring back what they used to have because the Redskins, and see all of the teams that Keeler has named, all the teams that Keeler has named, and that you have named also, Coach. They have had droughts, and I mean Sahara Desert droughts, Death Valley droughts in wins, but they were still good teams. They were still good cultured organizations. But just like empires in the history of time, you have a sunrise, you have a noontime, and you have a sunset. And you got to go and build all the way from scratch to get back to where you were. Because when the 49ers left, all right, good grief.
John, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. When you paused,
no. Go ahead, Keith. I just got a phone call.
No, I was just saying. So when I go like that,
I got that booty call.
I'm thinking you stopping. I think my confusion is on how do y'all define culture? Because when I'm thinking of culture, I'm thinking like I get what Coach is saying in terms of fans' expectations, but when we're talking about culture, I'm thinking like front office down, like within the organization.
Yeah, it's organizational down. Right. I mean that's what my whole point.
Gentlemen, hold on 1 second. I got somebody cruising neighborhood. We got to get some shit straight here for a second. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Okay.
That's the Kush man, ain't it, John?
So with
Tidy, stay out of that. Let that go. Let that go.
So from and I get there might be different ways in which people define culture. So, Coach, my question is: so you don't think in terms of inside the building there's a shift in culture with the new ownership change?
So I personally can't answer that because I'm not a Commanders fan, so I don't follow it day to day. But from what my mother tells me and people I talk to tell me about that franchise, not really. They feel it's the same old. But that's what I'm saying. What I think people are missing in what I'm saying is generally when you have a poverty franchise like the Falcons, we have had great seasons, absolutely. But we consistently are float around the 500 a lot. So that doesn't make us like, I mean, actually, let me not say that because I don't know the numbers. But what I'm saying is, when you don't have a consistent winning franchise, the culture of that is going to be on the bottom end, in my opinion. Cincinnati is winning now, but Cincinnati has consistently been a bad culture franchise.
And Coach, that goes back to my point when I tell you that if you get the right people, because let me ask you this, because I think
you're misconstruing winning with the culture. Just because you win don't mean you got a good culture.
I think in the 80s, the Patriots culture was probably a beaten down franchise, maybe what you call a poverty franchise in the 80s now, before they drafted Bledsoe, before they drafted Brady. Now, 10 years later, let's go to maybe the late 90s, early 2000s. Anybody that's talking about the Patriots, thinking about the Patriots, going to the Patriots, you got to admit, that culture was all about winning Super Bowls, championships, and they didn't get their first one to 2000. And all I'm saying is eventually a team can get their first championship and change the entire culture. Even with these last few years the Patriots been going through without Belichick, they still, to me, got a culture of winning because people now saying, man, what's wrong with the Patriots? They ain't winning now. Well, to me, they looking just as bad as they were looking when I first started watching football. So to me, it just reversed itself. The Patriots are back to being sorry again. But there are people that are probably saying their culture for the past 20, 25 years has been a winning championship type program or team. Would you agree, Coach?
Correct. And to that I will say, but that is more so to proving my point. They started building their culture of winning. And when you have a good culture, this is what I'm saying. They had Drew Bledsoe, right? Somehow the great teams always find a way. Again, it goes back to my point. They had Drew Bledsoe, one of the greatest in the league at the time. He got hurt. Somehow they lucked up, you can call it luck, lucked up and got a 6th-round draft pick to become the GOAT. But that's what I'm saying. When you have a great culture in place, you oftentimes find ways to win. And that's my point. They had already started building.
The culture was created by the people that were around Brady. Ace in point, the defense, the offensive coordinators, Charlie Weiss, guiding Brady along his early years. That defense that Brady had.
Let me add some context to you real quick. When Robert Kraft took over the team?
New owner, the 93.
Don't say it was in the 90s. So all those 80 teams were that horrible. So I think it kind of goes to down. So who sets the culture? I guess that's the better question. Does the owner set the culture, or who sets the culture? Because he took over in 94, and that's the bulk of their winning occurred, like you said, because they were losers in the 80s and prior to. And then he takes ownership in 94. Bledsoe was drafted with 93. When did Brady was drafted with 2000 or 2001? 2000?
They did. I hired Parcells as a coach, though.
But again, Keely, that's what I'm saying. So to answer your question, I think it starts top down. But again, this is my point, fellas. This is my point. Okay, Red, you have named how this person came in and did this, that, and the third, and yada 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 yada. Okay. But they had to hire Bill Parcells or whoever. But my point is, they hired the best coach at the time to get the guys to be the best version of themselves and implement a winning culture. Again, that is a direct correlation to the Falcons' lack of. Year in, year out, we hire guys who don't do who don't do the same thing that other teams are able to somehow year in and year out find a way to do. That is really my whole point in entirety.
These Falcons right here, since maybe 3-4 years ago, you're right. Every decision they made, every coach they don't bought in, every player, most of the players they don't bought in, have not worked. So I agree.
It ain't just, but you're picking and choosing. It ain't just the last 4 years, Red. It has been this way for a very long time.
Well,
some would argue from the beginning. Why? Because we don't have a Super Bowl.
Okay, hold up. Now let me ask this question. Because I want to kind of frame this a little bit so I can understand it. And I have a feeling that it's not going to work out the way that I think it's going to work out. The Mike Smith years with the Atlanta Falcons from 2008 until 2012. Did we have a good culture during that time?
I honestly would say that it, in my opinion, since I've been a Falcons fan, I think that was the golden age of Falcons. I don't think we should have got rid of him necessarily. necessarily, but again, you're saying that's what I've been saying, but we got rid of them. So again, this shows our culture is horrible here. Coaches we should keep, we don't keep. Coaches we should never hire, we hire. That is my point.
Well,
Hold on.
You asked everyone, and I don't think that was a bright spot in our history. I don't think the Mike Smith era was a winning era or whatnot.
Well, now, okay, looking at
if our winningest period has one playoff win, the entire period.
No. I'm as far as wins. Well, I mean culture. As far as culture, because see, I'm listening to what you guys are saying about a coach.
Because some of the reputations that we had during that time, when before the whole the collapse in the Super Bowl, that people don't remember, but we had that same reputation with Mike Smith that we would lose leads. Like that happened.
Yeah. Okay. All right. As far as being,
a lot of the same reputations existed then.
Okay. As far as the games we played is concerned, yes, we would lose leads. But the culture conversation. See, the thing is that culture conversation is a multifaceted conversation because you just pointed out one of the facets about the way that the team played. But I'm hitting it from the overall wins and losses part.
I think that area we were building.
That time. I don't think we had to overpay nobody to come at that time because we had an expectation we were gonna make the playoffs, and it was just what are we gonna do when we got to the playoffs? That was the question.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. We were building a culture. We were building a culture of winning under him. Absolutely.
Okay.
In my opinion, we were.
Okay, but if
we on the same page now, that's all I was saying from the beginning.
But okay. Now, all right. That was a 5-year span of time right there, 2008 to 2012. 2012.
That was the winningest culture in our history.
I'm just talking about that span of time. I'm just talking about that span of time.
The Mike Smith years. My bad.
That portion of the Mike Smith years, because I believe we started falling off 2013, 2014, correct?
And then he got replaced 2015.
And Quinn came in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Now
that culture started off good.
It's just that some of the same, like what Wallace saying, but we still had issues on defense. Like a lot of the same issues we had today, like we had then.
Well,
but again, that's been my point the whole time. We consistently, if you consistently for 20, 30 years have the same issues, there's no way you can tell me you have a good culture of football. There's no way. Like,
but
you clearly don't.
We have a culture, coach. Our culture is getting skilled players and just not getting the same type of skilled players on the defense. That's the culture. But we still was winning.
Okay, but something else I've got to point out as far as defenses were concerned. Okay,
that's a bad
2008. Okay, 2008. We were now. Which one of these defensive categories do we want to take a look at? Points scored against or yardage?
I mean, points ultimately decide game, but I think a lot of that is because we had Michael Turner running the ball, shrinking games, keeping the defense on the sideline. The years in which you see the defense look the best or the highest ranked are probably the ones in which Michael Turner was the most effective.
Cause see, we were okay.
I'm assuming 2008 and 2010 are probably good years for our defense. I know in 2010 we had our defense was like top 5 or top 3 in points allowed.
Wait a minute.
Okay, now
in
points. Okay, we going by points. In 2008, we were 11. 2009, we were 14.
That was the year Turner got hurt.
2010, we were 5th.
He's all pro again that year.
We were fifth.
Yeah, we were fifth.
We're the number one seed that year. We're the number one seed that year. Turner was all pro. We had 5 players make all pro that season.
2011, we were 18. 2012, we were fifth again.
Wow.
That's when we had one of the best offenses in the league that year.
2013, we fell all the way to 27.
I think that was the year everybody got hurt. 2013.
2014, we were 27.
And that was the Steven Jackson year.
So see that
points, right?
in points scored against. Points scored against. Now, that's why I picked out 2008 to 2012. That 5-year span, we had because see, thing is about culture. There is no team in the NFL. Now I haven't looked, but I'm gonna step out here and make this bold statement. And Tidy, pay attention to my bold statement, Tidy. I know you're just sitting there, just listening. Whatever.
I'm listening.
But pay attention to my bold statement. There is no team in the NFL that wins consistently every year since their inception, to where they can say that doggone, I think I had it in my head. I talked too much building it up. I forgot it. But
hey, John, I'll pay for that punchline.
Okay, I'm all right. I'm gonna put it like this: there's no team in the NFL who doo-doo don't stink.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna say that. And the thing is, go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
You're absolutely right, John. I think we get hung up on absolutes a lot, and of course we're not speaking in absolutes. We're speaking in generalization. But generally, the Packers are year in, year out a consistent great team. Generally, of course, they have had bad years. What'd you say?
I was gonna say I think we should weed Green Bay out the conversation. Just for the simple, they had back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and like that's unheard of. Like that's the only reason I think it should be with it because that's an anomaly. Nobody has.
But Keely, but that's actually my point. How is it that these certain same teams, the same teams, consistently hit on great players? How is it they consistently hit on great players?
Well, now
it's saying that it's rare. That's one by me saying it's an anomaly and saying you got to weed them out is me saying basically that doesn't happen everywhere else. Like I can't think of anybody else who has that kind of luck. I mean, with the 49ers,
San Francisco.
I mean, there's a bunch.
Tony Romo to Dak is not impressive. I mean,
what about San Francisco?
I was gonna say they traded for their quarterback. They did. They traded for Steve Young.
Regardless on how you
talking
feel,
about drafted players.
Regardless of how you feel about that,
does how you got them matter?
Probably doesn't. I'm just saying. I don't think.
I'm just throwing it out.
But okay, and I can see that. My point is, I don't think it's something that we could put on a staple of good franchises because it's so rare that you get back-to-back great, historically great quarterbacks that lead your franchise for 20 years. Like that's unheard of. Like,
now what about? Okay, well, okay, I can't use that because there was a big gap. And Green Bay, who was that? Dan Majkowski.
Magic Man.
After Dan, and Tidy, you remember him, right? You remember Majkowski? Okay, between him and Brett Favre, it was somebody else. Or was it Majkowski to Brett Favre?
The Magic got a couple of starts before Favre got in there.
Who?
Doug Peterson didn't get a few starts before Favre got in there.
The name sounds familiar, Red, but the name sounds familiar, but I can't.
He was the backup, Peterson. That's what I'm saying. I thought Peterson was starting before Favre got in there, and then he just put Peterson as the backup. Doug Peterson.
I just think Green Bay stands out because
I
can think of that has two people in the top 10 all time, and they came back to back in terms of yardage.
Right. But to the culture conversation, as far as Green Bay is concerned, they had before Majkowski got there, Green Bay had a big drought between Bart Starr. If I may be mistaken about that, but Green Bay had a real
from Star to Favre was a hell of a drive.
Yeah, I mean, as far as winning, now they were a storied franchise. Green Bay, the Packers. I mean, that's one of your storied franchise. Well, that whole northeastern area up there is where football was born. Okay,
now,
professional football.
I think Green Bay has a culture for coaches. I think they have
okay. Let me, because I feel like we're going around the hamster wheel here. Let me say this.
Well, sometimes you
what's
have
the difference?
to, Coach.
What's the difference in a team? Not even talk about quarterbacks, but we all understand how important quarterbacks are.
Mm-hmm.
What is the difference between a team who consistently hits in draft, in free agency signings? What is the difference between that team that consistently hits, irregardless or irrespective, whatever you want to think, however you want to preference it, of winning versus losing record, consistently hits and personnel and coaches and basically everything they do versus a team that does not, versus a team like the Browns.
Can we identify the teams that we can all agree are those teams? Like I'm pretty sure the Ravens and who else? Like, can we identify these teams that
okay?
Okay,
sure.
Now, and something else too. Are you speaking from the team's inception until now?
I would say honestly, you can't really go from inception because that's two different genres, two different eras of football.
Well, no. Well, okay. Now
it's played differently. It's played differently now than it was in the 80s. So
okay, the reason why I'm saying this,
even using that, I still think it's relevant. So yeah, I would say in inception, teams that consistently
nobody. I say nobody. Nobody.
Well, I mean,
let's date it then since the 90s or since the
I say nobody.
So, Coach, can we just put some parameters around it? That way we can
sure, whatever parameters.
From what period? From what period?
And whatever parameters you want to use. I mean, it really doesn't matter because in my opinion, it still holds true. Teams who consistently hit in the draft, consistently hit, and by consistently, I don't mean year 1999 they didn't hit, so they didn't consistently have
that would be nobody. That would still be nobody.
And that's just simply not true, John. You consistently, teams. There are a bunch of teams who consistently hit in the draft and in free agency side.
I honestly think this is more of an argument of GMs than franchise, because in Baltimore they had a historically great run, but it's connected to one specific GM. Just like the Eagles is having a historical run, but it's connected to a specific GM. So I think it's kind of, and that's just me spitballing, guessing. I'm just guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of
and you're absolutely right. Now, Keely, you're absolutely right.
When you have a bad GM, you ain't gonna do nothing.
When you have and dependent upon your management structure. Now, one thing I can agree with you, Coach, 100% as far as the Falcons are concerned. Ever since Arthur Blank has been here, his management structure for this team has been convoluted beyond description. Okay, just been wrong. Okay, because even when you had Thomas Dimitroff, you still had Rich McKay up there sticking his nose in various things. Then you had Arthur Blank stick his nose in various things when, this Falcons for life and this Falcons filter came along. So I can agree with you 100% as far as the Falcons are concerned. However, to Red's and Keely's point, it's dependent upon the GM that you have or whatever type of structure that you have in your front office. Because, see, now, like I always like to use about the New York Giants with George Young and Bill Parcells. Okay, George Young was the president. He hired Bill Parcells. They didn't have a general manager. They just had the president and then went straight to the coach. All right. And those two worked together to build those Giants teams the way that they built them, so that they won a couple of Super Bowls, and they had a period of time during when Parcells was there that they were regarded as one of the best teams in the league. And I mean, and everybody in that division at one time or another was a juggernaut, with the exception of, and I would say exception because they didn't win a Super Bowl until 2017, the Philadelphia Eagles. Because, see, I remember they were about to run Jeffrey Lurie out of Philadelphia because of how bad the team was. They were about to run him out of town. Okay. Now, he happened upon this particular general manager. This general manager came and shopped in the store that had the stuff that he needed, got him a Super Bowl. And see, these Super Bowls, these championships, these things that these people are winning, a lot of it has to do with the luck of the draw. A lot of it. But yeah. Keith,
I'm gonna ask you the question. All right, so
okay,
and that 5-year stretch that you pointed out, right?
Okay. All right.
And I'm going to ask you the question, but everybody else can answer the question as well. I want you to take your Falcon hat off for a second to answer this question. During that 5-year stretch, was Thomas Dimitroff league-wide kind of regarded as a top GM, one of the best GMs?
No.
During what period?
The winning period that they said
2008 to 2012.
Oh, absolutely, he was
the golden era.
Absolutely. Didn't he win Executive of the Year one year?
Did he?
I thought he did.
I think he did, but
and the reason I asked is
I think he won more than one title.
And the reason I asked because I thought at one point his reputation in the league was that he was one of the better GMs at one point.
Let me look at Wikipedia and see what he did. Yeah.
Wallace said he did.
I'm telling you.
Right. Why are you looking at that, John? Since we talking about the Eagles. All right. I think GM plays a key role, but I also think it's bigger than the GM. Even if we go back to the Eagles, before they actually start winning their Super Bowls, which I think started in 2017, and I'm using them because we just mentioned them and they the most recent NFL champions. But if you look at them historically, like they pretty much was winning. They were competing. Yeah, they had their down periods like everybody else will have. But they still was my point. They still was competing. They still was going to the playoffs. They still were having winning seasons. They didn't go through like these doldrums that the Falcons tend to go through all the time. They still was a competitive team.
The McNabb
hold on, Tidy. Who were the people there? You got to think the Eagles had Andy Reid there for almost
one of the best coaches in NFL history.
They went
but
from
again, you can't give him the credit without giving the organization the credit. They hired him.
I'm giving them credit. I'm saying they get credit for putting the right people there.
But hold on, even before Reed, like if you just go down to the Eagles, like they were winning before Reed, with Reed, and then they were able to win after Reed, after Andy Reid.
Consistent winners.
Because they were hiring the right people, Tidy.
That's the point, though, Red.
Okay, yeah.
That's the entire point.
But
that was my point. That's all I said. That was the point I was making. Because the Falcons have been putting the wrong people in positions ever since this little golden era of ours, with the exception of Kyle Shanahan and maybe Dan Quinn early on. All these other folks have been wrong.
What I'm saying, Red, if you compare like the Eagles and the Falcons, well, really ain't no comparison, but just for comparison's sake, starting from our inception, man, it took us forever to even get in the playoffs and then win our first playoff game. We only got 10 playoff victories as a franchise. Y'all boy Matt Ryan got like half of those. You compare that
to Tidy, to be fair, me and you can't even speak on that. This more for John right here because he was here on their birthday, and I mean first birthday.
But I'm just saying, like, when you stand the Eagles next to the Falcons and you go down the list, it's like y'all need to be at the kids' table for Thanksgiving. You can't sit at the grown folks' table. You know, even
that's my point. That has been my point this whole time.
And I'm looking at the seasons of the Eagles. I would say this: they've had some droughts, but man, that Andy Reid era of the Eagles is dominant. Like it is, like it's so, like it pales in comparison to everybody else.
What year you talking about?
You keep screaming. That's what you're saying.
What year are you talking about now?
No,
I got
but coach.
So he came in 99 and 2000. They were 11-5 and were in the playoffs and won a game and then lost in the divisional. And then they finished number one in the division 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2006.
Yeah. Like Keelan, look at the early 90s. Look at the early 80s. Like they still were winning before Reed got here.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they didn't, but what I'm saying is, so like you got Buddy Ryan there from 86 to 90, and then they switched quarterbacks to Rich Cottle for like 3 years, and they switched coaches again to Ray Rose. Like they were shuffling quarterbacks, and then you have this long run of Andy Reid of just dominance of like finishing first, Super Bowl, like all I'm saying is I'm not denying that they had seasons prior to him where they finished 10-6, 9-7, whatever the case, because those seasons exist.
Question to you, Keely and Red, from exactly what Tidy said. Maybe this will drive my point home a little bit better. Based on what Tidy said and based on what Keely just reported, what does that say to you that through different head coaches, through different quarterbacks, through all the adversity that team had, what does it say to you that they were able to continuously win, or they have a culture of winning even through the bad times? They had a good culture of winning and were able to hit on the quarterbacks and I mean on the coaches. They were able to hire great personnel that ended up being great. What does that say to you?
You just answered your own question. They were able to hire great people all of those years. Even when they're not winning, they still had great people in the right places because they were still drafting well. They still probably had a great coaching staff. So they had the right people in place that could not win big Super Bowls, but continue winning. Whereas the Falcons, we didn't have right. I mean, let's think about it. We had the 1980 Steve Bartkowski years. Okay.
You're going around the pool, bro. Just jump in, bro. Just jump in. Just jump in the pool, Red. You're going around it. Just jump in the pool. The difference is they are a good franchise. That's the difference.
I'm finna put some Clorox in the pool.
Coach, I agree with you. I do think that they are a great franchise and they had winning. The only point I was making in reading those numbers was that the Andy Reid era was just way more dominant than the other ones. Like the minute he came in that first season, 6 of the next 7 seasons, they won no less than 11 games. Like every single year, like 11, 12, 13, 11, 12. Like
Coach,
that's way
we haven't had
way
a
more
dominant
dominant.
time. We haven't had a dominant time.
Because Red, we don't have
Well,
a
we
great
did.
franchise.
No,
That's
because
the
we
point.
haven't had a coach like Andy Reid. How about
But
that?
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Red. Why have we not had a? That's my bro. You're going. That's why I'm saying jump in the pool, bro. You running around the side edges of the pool. We haven't had a good coach because we don't have a great franchise.
Well, I got to kind of disagree for 5 years anyway. 2008 to 2012, I got to disagree.
And John, I'm with you, but what happened? He was fired, right?
Oh, but he was hired though. He was hired, so we obviously had a right person making the right decision.
Okay. Hold that thought, Red. Keely and you said in Andy Reid's time in Philly, he didn't have no less than a certain amount of wins. Before what were his last? What were his last? What was his last 2 years record?
All right, so right before
in Philly.
8-8 and 4-12.
12, the last 2.
Okay.
Keep in mind that 2010 they were number 1 in division though.
They were 10-6.
Yeah, and they were number 1 in the East. That was they with Vic, and they lost in the wild card that year.
Right, and okay, so what were the? Because I mean, I don't know exactly how long he was in Philly. What were his last couple
From
of years?
99 to 2012. 99 to 2012.
Okay, what were his last couple of years?
So, all right, the last couple, he didn't do a lot of losing. I'll just say that. So I don't know. So the last 2 years were 8-8 and 4-12. The year before that, 2010, he was 10-6. The year before that, 11-5. The year before that, 9-6. Then he went 8-8. He was 10-6. Like it wasn't a whole lot of losing.
So he went to the conference finals at 9-6. He had a worse record.
So this
went like 3 or 4 years in a row to the conference finals.
This is my point that I was trying to get across. His firing, we will all agree, was because he was getting his team to the show and just couldn't get over, or getting his team close to the show and couldn't just get over the hump. Correct? We all would agree to that. I'm pretty sure. That's why he was fired.
I think.
Yeah. Well. I see. I don't know. Philadelphia. You just never know.
I think part of it was he didn't have a succession plan after McNabb to keep the ball rolling. So I think Nick Foles was his quarterback that last year when he got fired. That was his starting quarterback.
I thought it was Vic.
No, Vic
lost his job to Foles.
Yeah, I think Foles was the starting quarterback that 2012 season when he got fired. And I think because he didn't have a succession plan in place like the next franchise quarterback, I think that is one of the reasons why. I mean, because
he lost to the Panthers 14-3 in the conference champion. Jesus, that was Jake. That was DeLone.
DeLone.
That was DeLone.
Yes.
Man.
Okay.
I do remember Nick Foles being his starting quarterback that last season, from what I remember, and then they booted him out the door.
My point in asking that was, I mean, to me, I think he got fired, which I will concede your point, Keely. That could be an issue too. I think the reason he was fired is because he continuously got in the playoffs or to the big game and could not move the team over the hump. So the brass was like,
two things can be true. You could be right as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, let me
But
read off these records here.
Like it's a whole lot of winning. It's just that he couldn't get over the hump to his point.
It was a whole. Hey, before he got there, it was a whole lot of losing too, Jack.
And I would say this,
and John, I bet the culture was looked at as not what it was when Reed was there.
But honestly though, John, it went a whole lot of losing before he got there. Honestly, it wasn't. That's really not an accurate.
I would say.
Oh, okay. Well, let me read some off.
In the 70s, it was a lot of losing until Dick Vermeil got there. And then after that, once Dick Vermeil left, it was a lull after that.
Hey,
and they went again until Buddy Ryan got there.
Do you know how old? Wait a minute. Do you know how old the doggone Eagles are though? And this was surprising.
Yeah, we know they one of the older teams. You know, they've been
in various iterations. They date back to 1933. I didn't know they went back that far because they had a combo team: Pitt, Penn, Philly Eagles. I mean, all kind of Eagles. But see,
they
back in the 60s,
weren't consistently successful till Dick Vermeil got there though, and that's in
back in the 60s.
70, 1970.
And see, that's why I asked you, Coach, about in the team's entirety. Because
John, even in their entirety, I am, and I don't know for sure, but I could take a extremely educated guess and say they have way more wins than they have losses in their entirety. I'm pretty confident that they got way more wins than losses.
I mean that goes back to Heidi's point about the franchise. They got a 30-year head start on this.
I'm trying to figure out what point you making with the Falcons, but okay.
Because he pretty much he's saying like they don't go through these periods like we go through, even with different quarterbacks, different coaches, different general managers, whatever you want, whatever ingredient you want to put in a pot. They don't go through what we go through. It's totally different.
That is my exact point. Absolutely.
I'm not starting from the 30s before segregation and all.
No, I'm starting. Hey, wait a minute. See, I knew somebody was gonna say that. I thought Coach was gonna say that.
The reason I say that because like you ain't have like black players and stuff like that. We got to start. We got to have a starting point. We got to have a Super Bowl era starting point.
No, why you go? Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a good starting point. That's a good starting point. The Super Bowl era, because that's the whole point.
What year was that? What year is that?
What, Super Bowl,
1968 or 9? No, 1966, I think.
Let's just say 1970. Let's just go with an even number.
Why you got to do that? Well, it don't matter, cause see, in 1970,
what Super Bowl was this last one?
59.
Yeah. Okay, tidy. But if you got to look at it from certain age points, our age, not John age, from our age, let's say, okay, we was in the playoffs in 91. Went to the playoffs.
John's age is dirt.
Not John. 66 season. I ain't really like that, John. Don't give it a side.
Well, now look. That's why I asked for a time frame.
Oh, I'm with you. I
asked for a time frame. And see, I asked Coach specifically for a time frame. He said the history.
66 season was the first season.
Right, and that was crazy because every team they begin in the 60s, Coach. Now, if you look at our age, we went to the
again, Red. Even compared to our age, it's just not the same. Okay, compare our age. Who is younger than us? Baltimore. The Ravens are. The actual Ravens, we're not talking about the team before the Ravens.
We've established,
bro. That's my point. Okay, so but that's my point.
Y'all making each other points at this point.
Keely, I have been saying the same thing.
They don't want it. Man, see, thing is, okay, we gonna go for 1970.
330, we know you was in the 70s, man. Now, come on. I'm making a point here. Like, if you started watching Falcons hard in the 90s, your idea
from the 70s, they didn't have their first winning season till 78. But after that, that's the Dick Vermeil era. That's when it started kicking off, though. Like they've been winning since
John and
Dick
Dirty.
Vermeil.
They really suffering.
And then they went through another drought right after 1981 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Then they got back in the playoffs and there for 5 years. Then they went on another drought.
Well, that's just a 1 year drought.
No, John. You're saying drought as in not making the playoffs. Did they in those 6 years? How many losing seasons did they have? Meaning, how many more losses than they had wins?
Six
losing seasons, coach, in a row. 6 losing seasons. Your precious Eagles. 6.
They're not my precious anything, bro.
Okay,
well, you bought them up.
Well, start after the 6 game. Start after that 6 game with 6 season losing streak.
All right.
I'm trying to make a point here.
I know. I'm trying to counter your point.
All right. Well, okay. 6.
Well, yeah,
okay.
After that, they had probably Cunningham in, I think.
Cunningham, White. Who was White? At any rate, after those 6 losing seasons, then 88 they were 10-6, 89 11-5, 1990 10-6, 91 10-6.
On the
well, you know what? Let me go back over that because they did get to the playoffs. 88 10-6, they lost the divisional game. 11-5, they lost the wild card. 10-6, wild card loss. 10-6 didn't make it to the playoffs at all because I guess the rest of the division was good. 11-5, they lost the divisional round. All right. 93, they went 8-8, didn't make it to the playoffs. 94, they went 7-9, didn't make it to the playoffs. 95, they went 10-6, lost the divisional round. 10-6 and 96, lost the wild card. Then
that's
in
on the
97, 97 6-9, 98 3-13, 99 5-11. Okay, 2000. This is when Andy Reid came, right?
It came in 99. His first season was that 5-11 season.
Oh, first season.
2000 is when it started taking off.
All right. Yeah, 2000, 11-5, lost the division. 11-5, lost the conference in 2001. 2002, 12-4, lost the conference. 2003, lost the conference 12-4. Then 13-3 in 2004, lost the Super Bowl
to the Patriots.
Should have won it. Should have damn won it. But Donovan McNabb throwing up on the field nervous. Because that was the year that Terrell Owens came out there, played right after he had an operation, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 2005, 6-10. 2006, they lost the division, 10-6. 2007, 8-8, didn't make it to the playoffs. 2008, 9-6, lost the conference. 2009, 11-5, lost the wild card. 2010, lost the wild card. 2011, 8-8. 2012, 4-12.
Get fired.
Andy Reid gets fired there, right?
Mm-hmm. Then Chip Kelly comes in.
10-6 goes to wild card. Now, see, thing is, they were on a roller coaster ride. But and then 2015 and 2016, they both went 7-9. That kind of sounds familiar. At any rate, they went 13-3 in 2017 and won the Super Bowl.
So it sounds to me. To me like since the time that they had a 6 straight lost season. 6 straight losing seasons. They haven't had a losing season of more than 3 since then, right?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, which means, as I have said, they are somehow finding ways to continuously turn the franchise around, either hire great people or get great players, or they're doing something well in their franchise because they haven't had a losing season more than three or more straight seasons since then, way back when, sounds like about
And
30, 40
this is
years
another
ago.
this is another situation where everybody is right, because when you look at the timing of all these turnarounds, is right when they get another. When McNabb, they have a long winning period with McNabb, then they have a period with Vic where they're winning, then they turn around, they have a winning period with Carson Wentz when they take him top 3, then they have another winning period after that once with Jalen Hurts after they get a quarterback. So it's
So it sounds like to me they have a great culture in Philadelphia that, again, we at Atlanta just do not have. I mean, it's just that simple, people. We just don't have it.
It's all the pieces that come together, because a great culture also, with that great culture, there were people who picked some great quarterbacks, which led to a lot of winning. There were people who hired.
But that's what I'm saying, Keely. When you have that's my whole point.
I'm not arguing. I'm just adding the additional context.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell y'all, John,
without the quarterback and without those coaches, I don't know if you just get that.
John, when you was going through the records and I was following you, we started around the 80s or the 90s. When did you start?
We started in
the late 70s, 78.
78. Okay. Now it's a team that reminded me of. Now the year's gonna be y'all, the success in the playoffs gonna be y'all, everything ain't gonna be parallel. But I'm gonna tell you, and it's a different sport, but I'm gonna tell you who that team reminded me of that you were just listing. A team very close to you. And if you ask somebody today about what kind of culture they have, they would say, "Well, man, they got a winning culture. They got a great organization."
The Braves,
the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
It took the right
Atlanta Braves.
Took the right GM, building a team for 14 years.
Oh, that's a legendary GM, though. That's a legendary GM.
Right.
That kicked it off. That kicked it off.
But that still boiled down to culture at the end of the day. Because the Braves were able to, they had their mishaps in the 90s. We won't revisit that, but they won. They got a championship. They had different GMs, and they even moved counties. And it still was able to win again.
They still in full.
We have this ambiguous thing of culture, but
they still. They say that's still Fulton County time.
I won't go there.
I think we have this ambiguous thing of culture, but like at the end of the day, so for the Braves example, I think we would probably point to the GM as creating that culture. So we have this ambiguous definition of it, but what creates this culture? That was the question I was asking earlier. Is it the ownership that sets that culture? What sets this winning culture?
It's the ownership to me. You have to start right there. Ownership in my
opinion. From top down. Yeah, absolutely.
So for the Braves, can we attribute that to John Sherholt or Ted Turner?
Ted Turner. Somebody hired Sherholtz.
Yeah. Okay.
But now a lot of times the owner doesn't necessarily set the culture.
See, that's the part. Okay, you hired the right person, because the thing was, prior to Sherholtz, you had Stan Kasten. Not Stan Kasten. Yeah, you had Stan Kasten. Here screwing up. Okay, Stan Kasten. Because you know what? I can see it both ways. I can really see it both ways. And it's really a symbiotic relationship as far as establishing culture, because you got to give the owner the credit for making the hire. All right. But what that hire does after you hire him, you either you retain him or fire him. Okay. Based on what he creates or what he does or doesn't do. And also, Ted Turner had to get himself completely out of it. Well, you know, he was completely out of it when until that year that he went down there and tried to coach the Braves and Bowie Kuhn suspended him. You remember that?
I remember.
But to your point, John, that's what I said from Jump Street that kicked this whole thing off. Anyway, I said it comes from top down. It starts with AB, and it goes from top down. The only reason we got on the coaches is because Red made a point to talk about, it being Raheem. And I said, I finally agree with Toddy that regardless on who the coach is, our culture here is bad. So we're going to continue to make the same mistakes. But you are absolutely right. It does start with the hiring of someone who kickstarts us into a winning culture. Unfortunately, we just have yet to get that. So we have a bad culture. We have a culture of losing, and it just hasn't gotten better. So regardless on who the coach is, say that again.
We countered you by saying it could be we countered your point by saying it could be the hiring of a coach, the hiring of a GM, or the drafting of a quarterback.
Yeah, but again, with all these teams that we have named, and he just read off, and Keely just went through their record. They've had multiple quarterbacks, multiple GMs. Somehow they still find a way to win because they have a great coach.
Well, Coach, I would say this. So, like for the Braves example, right? Ted Turner owned the Braves since like the 70s, but they didn't establish a winning culture until the 90s,
early 90s.
When he hired Sherholtz.
So for example, even though Ted Turner hired Sherholtz, you could probably attribute the culture that was set more so to Sherholtz because there was a lot of losing prior to Sherholtz stepping in the door.
Right. Okay. But now,
I'm just making the context that Red may have a case that it can be up until someone is hired that changes the culture. Right. So the Braves is a good example of that. I think Red may have some credence. I'm just using the Braves example as
okay. I know nothing. I know nothing of the Braves, but let me ask this now, right? You said it took Sherholtz or Ted Turner, whoever, to now at this moment in today. Now, would you say the Braves have a culture of winning, regardless on who the GM is, because I'm sure they have changed GMs, regardless of who the coach is, because I'm sure they have changed coaches. This point in time, right now, would you say the Braves have a culture, a culture of winning, even if they have a bad season? Would you say they have a culture of winning?
Yes,
absolutely.
I would say yes, but it also is a matter of who sets it in place. Like for example, you got high schools that have a standard of winning. And the original team and coaches that set that standard are no longer there. It's just that they kept passing on with every freshman class that came in. They kept reestablishing that culture.
It's still, you still gotta attribute that to the school though. Like for example, I'll use my high school. Like when we win state championships, yeah, we have some great coaches, but when they leave, they don't take that championship to the next school. That trophy stay at the high school. Same thing for NFL team. The Braves. When the GM leaves, he can't.
But that's what I just said. That's what I just said.
Keeps putting the right coaches in the right spot. So whoever the next coach come in,
it's not all about coaches though. It's about that culture of winning. Like what does this franchise? What are their expectations? What kind of environment is in the front office? It's not to me. It's not as simple as just saying, well, it was because of this coach. It was because of this GM. To me, it really starts at the top. Even with John Sherholtz, somebody had to hire him. If Ted Turner was in the way, he had to decide, let me get out the way.
Once you hire Sherholtz, it's up to Sherholtz to do his job, and he changed the culture by building the Braves in his way.
So I'll use Georgia Southern as an example, right? Georgia Southern was just a school in the middle of nowhere with no type of reputation as a football program. Irk Russell came in from UGA, established a culture that the school kept. So even in Irk Russell leaving, every single thing that Irk established there, they kept, and that identity that Irk established became the identity of the whole school. So even though it's the school that kept the trophies and kept the triple option through the years, it was Irk who established all that. So even in him leaving, they had coaches come in and say, well, we run the triple option here. So if that's not what your offense is, that's not what we're going to do here. So it was all established. That whole winning of Georgia Southern football was established by Irk Russell. But even in him leaving, they just kept that same culture. Like all his slogans are painted all over the facilities and everything.
And somebody in that school had to hire him, so they get that credit.
You can get credit for hiring, but that doesn't mean that the person who hired him established the culture.
Yes, it does, because they hired him.
All right. No, that does not mean that.
Yes, it does. At the end of the day, it does. That's who hired him.
The AD at Georgia Southern did not blow one whistle, did not establish any blocking drills, did not set any type of culture in the locker room or for that team. He just hired them.
Georgia had a winning coaching prior to the current AD, and that still trickled down to culture.
Okay, so I hire a rocket scientist, and he, as my employee, comes up with the greatest invention and makes me rich. Right. Did I create that invention, or did the employee create that invention?
You created the culture.
I hired the guy who created
you created that culture. I didn't
create
it. Hold on, coach. That invention. That's your IP, right, Keelan?
I didn't create it.
But that's your IP though. It was created for your company, right?
I didn't create it.
I.e. Elon Musk.
But that's your IP.
Well, Elon is a little different. Elon bought the company after it was already, so like he didn't hire the people. Like it was already up. Tesla was already up and going, and then he purchased it.
I mean, I get what y'all saying. Like, yeah, you give credit to GMs, to special quarterbacks, to special coaches, but the culture remains with the head.
Somebody had to actually do the tangible work. Is my point. Like, you can give a person credit
and you're right
for making the hire, but someone had to actually do the actual tangible work of establishing the culture. Like when Quinn came in here with all his slogans and all of that stuff, he was establishing his culture. Arthur Blank made the hire, but he didn't create any of them slogans. What was the t-shirt I got with his little slogan on it or whatever? Like all them little catchy taglines and all that stuff. He was attempting to set a culture, but Arthur Blank didn't create none of those slogans. That's
right, but you're proving Tiny's point.
You know what culture Quinn brought in and kept with Atlanta? Choking. That's what Blank known for. That's what Quinn is known for until he win again. That's the culture.
I'm talking about the culture he was attempting to establish with all the corny slogans and all of that stuff.
Trust me, bro. I totally understand it, bro. But it's still within that top, within that atmosphere, within that franchise, within that employer. That's the culture.
And also,
you just showed it. You just showed it, Keely.
What did I say?
Now, to your point. Now, hold on. To your point, Keely, with your example that you made. If you are working, and it depends on the company. If you're working for a company and you invent something, they claim intellectual property rights for anything that you do.
But there's a legal reason for it, because you're utilizing my resources to come up with that creation. So
if you utilize this.
So here's what I'm saying.
Even if you utilize this and don't use any resources, if you invent something while working for certain companies, whether you use one piece of their equipment to help you invent it, that intellectual property belongs to that company.
But that's not a plausible situation in which you're not utilizing any of my resources to create it. Because even so, if it's established in my business, you've utilized either my publishing, my copyrights. Even if you didn't use my equipment, you utilized my legal team. You used some of my resources. That's okay. If that was the case, if you didn't utilize the company resources, then you would have basically just do it in your basement at home.
Right. If you work for that company and you do it in your basement at home, they can claim intellectual property rights for anything that you do for as long as you work for that company. It's been done. It's been done because I understand, but
here's what I would say: that what you're going to run into with that, and if you were to find cases when that has happened, they have typically used company resources to do the research, and they built it at home. So that what I'm saying is those companies still have a claim because they utilize company resources. Even if you saying I wrote the drawings at work, where you utilize the power that I pay the power bill on, and you use my desk. So in those court proceedings,
okay. Now Keely, now that you said that, isn't that what a football coach does?
In what way?
Whose field is he on? Whose players? Whose chalkboard, computers, things of that sort are they using when they work at that particular facility?
I'm not denying that. My argument is who actually did the tangible work. I'm not saying
the tangible work part.
So for example,
so then that's who built the culture then. Whoever's doing the work.
That's my point. Y'all talking about who should get credit for something. I'm talking about who did it. The person. All right. So for example,
well, there's no argument about who did. Yeah. There's no argument about who did.
For example, I heard Ryan Clark talk about the culture of the Steelers culture, right?
Okay.
He did not attribute the owner to the Steelers culture. He didn't. He didn't say.
That
when they talked about the Steelers culture, he was talking about he laid somebody out where he sacrificed his body and he almost knocked himself out, and then I think it's not one Palomalu. It might have been Joey Porter. He said one of the teammates was like, now you're actually a real Steeler. That was not established by the owners. The culture of what the Steelers were was not established by the owners.
Okay, I understand that.
Right. Whether or not y'all want to give him credit for it, the tangible of this is how Steelers play, that was not established by.
No, Keely, you're missing. I believe you're missing what Toddy said and what I am saying. We're not saying that. At least I'm not. I'm not saying that it is solely the owner. What I have always said was, once the culture has been established, great franchises continue to push that culture. So
you exactly repeated my Georgia Southern example. What you just said repeated my Georgia Southern example.
Right. Well, I mean, but that's my point. That we don't have that culture. So as of right now, our culture is sucking. Our culture is losing games.
And I didn't negate that. I didn't negate that. That wasn't even the argument. So I think we're getting off the tangent.
Culture can change, and I think
that's where I came to the defense of.
And you
we are okay. Now
I came to the defense of what Red said. Where Red said that a hire can establish a culture. And I came to the defense of that. I was saying I think the great example of that.
Correct, right? But context matter. Absolutely, a hire can change the culture. But again, what me and Tidy have been saying is currently with the culture that is implanted into the Falcons, we don't. Well, I can't say we. I'm gonna speak for me. Tidy here. He can speak for himself. I don't think, regardless on who you put in the Falcons building right at this moment, will change the culture into a culture of winning. Because currently our culture is, but we are the culture of a bad franchise currently. That has been my entire point.
And I'm not going to negate your that's an opinion. I can't negate that. I think with the last 10 minutes of discussion or going back and forth was establishing who is responsible for the culture. Whereas I'm saying whoever created it, and then y'all saying, well, the owner is because of the fact that he hired him. That was the whole discussion.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of both because somebody has to create it, right? Like you, so like Toddy used, like Toddy used the Braves.
Let's stick to that. Somebody has to create it, right?
Right.
So
but
the person who created
it's created, the owner or the organization keeps it.
I'm not disputing that. That's not the point. You just said someone has to create it. The person who creates it is the person that's responsible for establishing the culture, correct? Because you said someone has to create it, right?
Right. But what Toddy is saying is once that like how you said, again, I don't want to speak for Toddy. I believe what he is saying is once that has been created and the owner pushes or the organization or whoever pushes it forward, now it is that culture is property of said team, i.e. Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh had a culture.
You just repeated my Georgia Southern example. I said Irk Russell came to Georgia Southern, established it, and after he left, they adopted his culture for coaches to follow moving forward.
Right. Well, absolutely. That's how it works.
Just repeated exactly what I just said.
Well, let me say this. Hold up.
The whole time that we've been saying.
Okay, wait a minute.
No, you definitely haven't been saying that, Red. Stop it.
Let me put this out.
Let me put this out. Change the culture from the beginning.
Let me put this out there because see, I see the thing is, I kind of can see where the owner can create a culture and
anyone can,
the person that you hire can create a culture. And the reason why I'm going to say it like this, say for instance, I see a person at another team, or I see him in high school, or I see him wherever it is that I see him. I see what he's doing. I like what you're doing. Because that's my philosophy. That's my philosophy. I like what you're doing. That's my philosophy. I want you to come and coach my football team and put that philosophy that I have, that we share, into action with my football team.
Well, hold on. Do we know that you share that? Because have we seen that philosophy with your team before you got this guy here?
Okay, no, well, that's what I was saying. That owner watched this person, saw what he was doing, wherever it was that he scooped him from, and said, I like that philosophy that you have. Okay, I want you to bring that philosophy, that type of coaching, that type of winning mentality, whatever it is that piqued your interest and got you interested in him. I want you to bring that and put that here. Okay.
So technically, that's his philosophy, though, that you bring into your team.
You match, y'all match philosophies. I take you, I scoop you up from where you were and put you in charge of my team. Now, can you say at that point that the owner has created a culture at the team?
We can, if that same philosophy begins to siphon throughout your team, and you probably need to wait for a period of time, and then
right to see whether he translated what you saw, where you got him from, where you put him in. So
and then as an owner, John, you can say, well, that's the reason I hired him, because I fell in love with his philosophy, because my prior philosophy was not working. But
right, or the person, right. And see, that's where
was not working.
That's where I can see where an owner can get credit for creating a philosophy. Or bringing a philosophy to the team.
I can see, right, but it has to be said though, because if that guy comes and if we never knew you had a philosophy, let's say that guy that you hired was the coach of the Baltimore Ravens with that classic defense. Okay, you of course you saw him coach defense at a prior place, and you fell in love with that shutdown defense. So now you want to bring that coach in so he can turn your team into that defensive type of team. Okay, you hire him, he comes there, and it happens. Your Baltimore Ravens become the defensive stalwart of the NFL. Now you can come out and say, that's the reason I hired that coach from the beginning, because I liked his philosophy. I fell in love with it, and he brought it to my team, and now we're winning, and now we'll give you guys both of the credit because it was you that hired him, and it was him that bought it there.
But so I'll just provide context as well. You had a lot of coaches that were hired for the Patriots way. Like that, because of the culture that was established with the New England Patriots, you had a whole bunch of Belichick disciples that were hired on the pretense that they were going to bring the Patriots culture to their stock. So, like with Matt Patricia going to the Lions or whatever, the expectation was he was going to bring the Patriots way, the Patriots culture to Detroit. It wasn't a Detroit culture. It was, let's bring this Patriots culture to these other franchises. And they couldn't, I mean, they had a history of those coaches not being able to translate it or do it. A lot of them weren't successful. But that was the whole context, was that they're going to bring the Patriots culture, to these new franchises. So the owner is a Lions owner, but he's bringing in someone to establish a Patriots culture.
Okay, so let me put it. Let me put it like this.
Represent the Patriots culture, and that's Belichick. So
let me
they got the Patriots culture.
Let me put it like this. Finally, maybe we can move on from this after I put it like this. So, when it comes to the Falcons, I think, Keely, what you just said, actually two things can be true, because regardless on who the Atlanta Falcons bring in here, coach wise, let's just say we get the hottest coach in the world, the greatest coach, whoever you think that is, somehow comes here to Atlanta. Until Arthur Blank says that the culture here will change, we still not going to get those dogs on defense. Why? Because the culture of the Atlanta Falcons is none of those players will play here. That which has been established from the top down. The top man has said we're not going to have those type. I mean, we don't know. We're all assumed because we don't get those type of players. But from what we can speculate, the top man has said we ain't gonna have no people here with terrible backgrounds or whatever, any type of issues. So regardless on who the coach is that we put in here, that culture is not going to change until AB says that it can change. That has been my point the whole time.
Now, Coach, you saying different things now. You saying, because I actually agree with you on that. Yes, we do have.
But that's the culture. That's what I'm saying.
But that don't mean it doesn't matter. That don't mean Phoenix can't go out there and win football games. We can still
right. You're still equating winning to having a good culture. They're not exclusive. No, bro. You can win and have bad culture.
Yeah, let me say that real quick, y'all. This is something about culture. I listened to and Keela, I know you mentioned that you listened to him years ago, so I know you know who I'm talking about. Beehive TV, right? They had Jamal Lewis on there not too long ago. Ironically, they had a conversation in detail about culture. And he was explaining why the Baltimore Ravens have such a great culture. He also started talking about when he went to Cleveland and he realized that they didn't have a good culture. They didn't have a good owner. And ironically, again, the Falcons came up and he pretty much said, if I'd have went to the Falcons, I wouldn't have been the same running back because they don't have the same culture. In fact, if y'all don't mind, I would like to play like a little segment from that interview. And this really will nail home, I think, the point me and Coach trying to make. John, do you mind if I play it?
Go ahead.
I don't even think we're disagreeing with that point.
All right, so here it go. Y'all let me know if y'all can't hear it.
I think Red is disagreeing with that, Kenny.
No,
I know.
I don't think he is either.
Can y'all hear that?
No, I didn't hear it. We can't hear it, Ty.
You can't hear it?
No.
All right, hold on. Let me undo my mic and I'm just gonna play it from the computer.
Okay.
I'm just
like we're not saying that I'm like, I'll speak for myself. I am not saying that a culture can't hamper success. That is not at all what I'm saying. The only thing I was supporting was Red's argument that it doesn't have to be an owner that establishes the culture. Like, to his point that a coach could come in, establish a winning culture. That was the only thing I was saying, because the Braves serve as an example for that.
Right,
because
right. Well, yeah, of course,
I'm not disagreeing, but to the point that a bad culture can prevent success, or that it can keep players from being successful, I agree with the statement that Jamal Lewis probably wouldn't have had the same success in here or in Cleveland. I agree with that. That was never my argument.
Yeah.
Hey,
look, Brock Bowers was with the Raiders. I don't think Brock Bowers gonna have the same success, even though he can put up some good numbers. I don't think he gonna have the same success that he would have if he was probably with another team, unless Pete Carroll come in there and change the culture by getting him a consistent quarterback and improving that defense. Then let's
literally like Cleveland is known as a black hole for quarterbacks. So clearly, no matter what quarterback talent you bring in there, it's questionable whether or not they're going to succeed because of that culture in Cleveland. Like, their reputation is literally that they're a black hole for quarterbacks. So
really, Chicago is too.
Chicago as well. So that says a lot that the franchise may hamper the success of certain talent. So there's clear examples of that. That was never my point.
Can y'all hear me?
Now, Keith, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I can. Hold on one second, Red. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Ty, I can hear you. Were you trying to play it then?
Yeah, I'm about to play it now. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but this whole 7-minute segment is him talking about nothing but what we talking about a culture, about how the same people been cooking for the same 25 years, the same secretary, all coming down the culture. He even made a point to talk about the ownership and also, as y'all say, the general manager. But here goes a snippet of it.
Know what type of organization you got, because it's people.
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
That's still there, that's been there for 25 years. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of know what type of organization it is by that. But Steve Bisciotti, first class, first class guy, humble, not the owner, like the guy that's like, beating you down or he ain't talking to you about no football, he ain't talking to you about none of that. Yeah. He's cool. He's like one of those guys. So that organization, man, is I figured out when I left there and I went to Cleveland, I figured out what a trash organization is, what a good organization is. So, what good ownership look like and what bad, what bad ownership.
Are you the same person if you had gotten drafted by a Falcons or a Cleveland? Are you the same running back sitting here today?
What's out of this?
Y'all hear what he said about the Falcons?
I say, why he put us in this?
The irony
he got a bad culture.
The irony in that is the way that that he describes Steve Bisciotti is the same way that everyone describes Arthur Blank, first class, everything. And one has a winning culture and the other one doesn't. And literally every single descriptor that he used for Steve Bisciotti is how people describe Arthur Blank.
He also said if he went to the Falcons, he didn't think he'd be the same player.
I'm just making the point that it may not be strictly ownership that established culture, because that's the same way they describe Arthur Blank.
I get what you're saying, but like this is a pro football player telling you about ownership, culture, and how franchises is ran. If y'all go listen to that entire 7-minute clip, that's all he's speaking about is culture that starts from ownership and trickles all the way down to the players and also the guy that's serving them steaks and mashed potatoes. Culture, that organization, culture.
Well, I would say
Titus,
that
let's be real. I think
every
Keely
franchise
know
it
a
doesn't
little
run the
bit
same
better
way.
than Jamal ain't really the biggest Falcons
Cause see
fan.
now, that's Ozzie Newsome. That's Ozzie Newsome he talking about, right?
Yeah, because he also in that clip basically said that he doesn't say anything about football. That would lead me to believe that that he's not a Jerry Jones, so to speak, or interferes. So
yeah, think he know but don't know.
Yeah,
and that other
stood
guy
out
brought
that
up
he
the
said that
Falcons.
he basically didn't even
Jamal
talk about
just
football.
didn't disagree with him.
Cause see, Jerry Jones. Okay, let's go back. Let's talk about Jerry Jones for just a second. If he hadn't been drunk, telling tales out of school, talking all crazy, the Cowboys would have had at least 3 to 4 more Super Bowls because you still would have had Jimmy Johnson there.
But so that's another good example where you have an ownership that clearly does not establish a good culture, because you can see that Jerry Jones' interference has been had a negative impact. However, in the years in which someone with a winning culture came in, they were a winning franchise in those years when Jimmy Johnson came in with
no, Keely, that shows really my point to Red. Just because you win don't mean you have a good culture. Like the Cowboys culture is still horrible. Why? Because you have a high turnover rate. You haven't won nothing in 30 plus years.
I'm
well,
just
hold
so
on.
here's
The point
that I'm making was
me
the
ask you
years
this.
in which Jimmy Johnson was there. When people talk about the years in which Jimmy Johnson was there, they don't speak about it in the same context as they currently do now. Like the same way they describe the Cowboys
then and now
they
is
don't
different.
talk about it.
Yeah,
they don't talk about the
that's
Cowboys in the 90s the same way they talk about it now.
Yeah, then and now is different. But
let
me say this.
Same ownership though. Same ownership.
But let me say this.
See the difference, coach?
Could you say that the Cowboys back then still had a good culture because they did win another Super Bowl with a coach that did absolutely nothing in Barry Switzer?
I would say no. I would say no. I would say that is simply them having great players
and leaders in the locker room too.
Right.
But is that not indicative of a good culture?
No.
Well, wait a minute now. Now, Coach, you just said that wins and losses don't mean that you have a good culture or not.
Correct. Correct. I'm answering your question. That's why I said no.
I've heard Michael Irvin talk about the people in the locker room and that the standard that they kept, like the Irvings and Emmett and all that, like.
So I would say that it was reflective of the culture,
right?
Because you still won. You had a culture of winning with Jimmy Johnson there as coach that they established. Okay,
right.
They got Jerry out the way for a couple years where Jerry.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what it was. They got Jerry out the way for a couple years.
Another winner in Dion. Added him to the culture of winning, and they was able to squeeze one more championship out of that nucleus right there. And then the culture of winning started to fade away.
It started to deteriorate because you had no one there at the helm, head coach, that could maintain. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. Jerry Jones destroyed that on the Super Bowl podium when they finally won one with Barry Switzer.
I know
he destroyed that. You remember that? Yeah, we did it. We did it. And then Jerry Jones just snatched the trophy out of his hand. So
like, man, give me that. You ain't got this. Is me, all me.
But so Keely, that go to your point, Keely. That go to your point, Keely. The doggone owner just snatched the damn.
When I hear how Michael Irvin talks about those days, how they kind of policed each other, and Jimmy Johnson kind of set the tone for that. So like you had Michael Irvin, he was, I'm not gonna say ready to fight his own teammates, but it was more so like the players maintained the standard amongst the other players. It's kind of how like when I hear Ed Reed talk about the Miami Hurricanes, how like they policed each other and kept that standard at the University of Miami, and I guess that died as well. It didn't stay with the school.
Right, but yeah, they had a culture. It's gone.
And they're prideful about that culture too. Like every time you hear them talk about those former Hurricane players, talk about the glory days of the Hurricanes, they talk about how lit their practices were and how they did so amazing things in practice and how tough their practices were and all this. Yeah. But when you hear them talk about it, that culture just does not exist anymore.
But I wanted to ask Tidy earlier. Tidy, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Now, Tidy, do you think the Mark Richt culture is different than Kirby Smart?
Oh yeah, that's night and day.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Shoot.
There you go.
That was Tidy's question. I'm sorry.
But that's the same way with the Patriot Way thing. People hired Saban disciples with the expectation that they were going to get some of that Alabama culture. Like they had a lot of Alabama hires. Nick Saban off that Nick Saban tree with the expectation that they were going to get some of that Alabama culture.
Right.
Same way with the Patriots way.
Coach, man, it could be a coach. I'm telling you, it could be a coach, GM, or a player to me. If you bring in
or a owner.
I think it could be any of them. I think, but to coaches' concern though, I think the concern is that our front office would be the biggest hindrance to a coach coming in and establish a culture, a winning culture. I think if I'm getting coaches,
I agree. Coach, right?
But I'm saying, do you think it'll hinder the quarterback too, Coach? Even no matter how good our quarterback play, our culture, according to you think it ain't gonna matter, no matter how good Penix play.
Again, you equating wins and losses to how good a culture is. Penix could come in here and lead us to a Super Bowl this year. That does not mean we have a winning culture here. We don't have a good culture here.
Now starting from that point, what if we start winning again next year and have another winning record the following year?
So if we win. So that is a question I can't ask because it will take at least like 10 years to really answer that question.
No, just say a period of 5 years, man. We're not gonna do the time. Let's just say a period of 5 years. And let me ask you this: if the next 5 years the Falcons have a winning record, I'm not gonna put a championship attached to the end of the season. But the next 5 years the Falcons have a winning record, and we go on 5 playoff runs. They can end in the championship game. They can end in the divisional round. They can end in the Super Bowl. But if the next 5 years we have 5 winning records and go on 5 playoff runs, will the culture be the same then?
I would say the Falcons are moving towards a winning culture.
Yeah, 5 just seems like such a short time span.
That's what I'm saying. Like you gotta have time. That is not something like as Keely.
Coach, you didn't put any time frame on it at first.
No, because I said currently right now we have a bad culture. That's been my point the whole time. I'm not saying it can't move in the future, but like Keely said, and John said, you just using the Eagles as an example. They had 6 years of bad play, and since that moment, they have not had more than 2 consecutive back-to-back seasons of losing records. In 30, 40, however long many years it is. So they have created a winning culture. I think that's what me and Tidy have been saying all the time. Like someone could come in and start it, absolutely, but once they have started it, the organization keeps it, and now you have a winning culture across the board. Across
that's what we said, bro.
I said an hour ago, bro.
I have been saying the same. Like I don't really understand. I have been saying the same thing. Nah, bro. Nah, bro, you have been saying it's about the coach. It is not about the coach. No coach that comes in here this year can change you into a winning coach.
Right hire can change everything. That's what I
It
said.
could. It sure
Right
could, but
I
currently,
said the quarterback we have, with the quarterback we have, that could be the one.
There's a lot of people that believe Mike Tomlin could come and set a whole different culture. I'm not saying I agree, but there's a lot of people that believe that.
Oh, coach, to your point,
I do.
Our culture of coaches have been bad. Our culture of coaches have been bad
because we have a bad culture. Period. Again, that has been my point.
Oh, we don't have a bad culture of skill players. We don't have a bad culture of skill players, and some of those skill players.
I think historically, people for the Falcons have attributed Rich McKay as what Jerry Jones would be for the Cowboys.
But even before here's the thing. Even before Rich McKay, we still had basically basically we have the same product year in, year out on the field, even before Rich McKay.
Whoa, now wait a minute. Now, Coach. Now we just went over the years 2008 to 2012, and we had competitive winning seasons in that 5-year period.
Correct.
So, and Rich McKay was involved in it, and in spite of or because of, we had 5 good years of Matt Ryan's time here.
And as Keely said hours ago, a broken clock is right twice a day.
No. That wasn't no broke clock.
That definitely was broke clock. That definitely was broke clock. Has it happened? Did it happen before or has it happened since? And the answer is no. So yes, the broken clock is right twice a day.
Because you just said, Coach, you just said they fired him. You remember when you were saying, well, they fired him. So wait a minute. Now, you said you made a point to say that we fired him.
Okay. Which is indicative of a bad franchise. Instead of allowing him, which is why I asked Keely to read off Andy Reid's last couple of years. That was the exact point I got him to do that, because instead of allowing him to and why I made the point of why they fired Andy Reid, instead of allowing him to try and dig this franchise out of the mud when it has been 5 years of growth, we fired him. That's what I am literally saying. That is what bad franchises do.
And I understand that. But you had your 5 years of winning and having a winning culture during those 5 years.
Right, he was building a winning culture, correct?
Oh, okay. So see, the thing is, now you can't say that we ain't never had no winning culture around here.
But that's what I'm saying,
but we just said that 5 years isn't a long enough time frame to call something a culture. So
right. I remember the early part of the conversation where a 5-year period, because see, I remember y'all just talking about it just a second ago, but I asked about that, and 5 years was a criteria.
I think you went with it, John. I don't know if everybody else.
I may have.
I think you might have went with it.
I may have.
Coach was asleep when you asked that question. So, John, I think I just went along with it. I answered for Coach because he was asleep when you brought it up. You know, coincidentally, he wasn't answering. But we had to put a time frame on it because you were going all the way back to 1930s, man.
Because see, cause at that particular time, I said, "What time frame we gonna use?"
I said I didn't know. I was just I was trying to make a point. It doesn't matter. But anyway, regardless, that's what I'm saying. That is
what the culture creates. I think we all not ignorant to what the culture means. And
it's just like this conversation I had. I think matter of fact, it was on the Waffle House when we were talking about what an era was.
Oh God. I remember that too. I think I remember.
Tidy Jones, don't be quiet.
I mean,
Don't.
Oh, I'm here, John.
Don't be. Don't be quiet. We talking about it. We ain't through. I ain't through.
So in that, did y'all did y'all reference a definition or anything, or did y'all just argue?
I don't, bro. That was a long time ago. I don't even remember.
We argue because they wouldn't yield. I'm trying to tell them, well, because errors overlap. Errors overlap. That's why I kept trying to tell them. But gentlemen, it's about 3
errors don't overlap, but
okay, Coach. I'm not gonna start that because you waited too late.
By definition, they technically do. By definition.
You waited too late for me.
I mean, but they really don't though. All right.
Well,
yeah, I gotta go
to beginning with a special date or event. So special dates need more than one special date or event can happen. So like this era, the Vic era is this that starts with a special date of when Vic was drafted.
Coach, before you
the Vic era and the Patrick Kearney era can both coincide.
Well, Coach, before you go, this era is the Michael Penix era, starting this year. So I'm saying the culture is about to change. Okay, you gonna get off? That's fine. That's what you do, Coach. I'll find you. He didn't wait me to get it out. I'm saying Keelan gone too. God,
man, good grief, boy. Woo,
all right,
all I had to say.
You gotta get it then. You go.
Boy, I tell you, he joking. Hey. Go ahead, Red. Go ahead, Red.
Hey, I'm gonna let Tidy hear it all. This era begins this season with Michael Penix. The Michael Penix era starts anew this season. And besides, y'all always telling me to be positive. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna give Terry a chance to change his culture of drafting, Tidy. I'm gonna give him a chance to change his culture of drafting and see if he can find us some defensive studs. Because he has not, as of yet, he's found a quarterback. He's found maybe a stud at running back, maybe a stud at receiver. But like we say, these first rounders, I don't know how much credit you give a first rounder. But we gonna see if Terry can change his culture of drafting and find us some defensive studs to improve what I think is a playoff caliber offense. Are we on the same page with that title?
We can agree on that.
Now that we have an agreement, gentlemen, hey, 5 hours. Good grief.
Yeah, Dirty. The era starts now, Dirty. The Michael Penix era starts now. So if Terry is a part of it, that means he drafted some good players. If he ain't a part of it, that means he failed this season and he's up out of here. But this is still the Penix era until Penix proved he's no longer capable of calling an era his own.
I should have clocked in. It's 5 hours, gentlemen. And before we go, I want to make sure, and I meant to do this earlier, but just found out that earlier tonight that LeVar Ball, they had to amputate his right foot because of some type of illness or something that happened. I needed to dig in there and find out exactly what took place. But man,
I heard about that before I left work tonight.
Yeah, man, he said it was an emergency surgery that they had to do on him. And I was thinking about him all night because, see, man, you can agree or disagree with how he presented himself, but you can't ignore the fact that he made a mark. He doggone sure made a mark. And best wishes to him.
Prayers go out to you, LeVar Ball. Like I say, he may have been a Joe Jackson of basketball. He may not agree how he got him there, but he got him there.
He got him in there.
And everything he told us they were going to do, they did.
Yep. So, Red, what y'all what time y'all coming on Saturday?
Appreciate that, John. Red and Red Sports Show 11 a.m. Saturday mornings. So glad I was able to stay up tonight. I ain't falling asleep like I did last year. Yeah, I was up tonight. I don't know if it was just a debate. Maybe we just had a great debate, or maybe I got some sleep.
Oh, it was a good one. It was a good one.
Yeah. Appreciate you, tight end and coach, for keeping me spirited tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
And
the Raheem. Oh, this ain't the Raheem era. Raheem don't get an era. This is the Penix era, Keely. Raheem don't get no era. He ain't qualified to get an era after that Washington Commanders game. No, Dirty. It's not Raheem era. After that Commanders game, you don't get an era. This is the quarterback's era. I'm hoping the quarterback was the right hire that I'm telling Tidy about to change the culture.
All right, Red, let John close us out.
All right, Tidy, what number one, appreciate you coming through. And let everybody know where you at.
Well, you can find me at Atlanta Bird Game here on YouTube and also Facebook. Thank you for having me as usual, John, Winston, Red, Coach. It was a great one. Like you said, it was a spirited debate. Appreciate the love.
All right, y'all. I'm up out of here.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you also for hanging around. 3 Dirty. Who else? Well, 3 Dirty was really killing it tonight. He was all up in there. Wallace Smith, William Amy. Appreciate you coming through. Millie Mills, as always.
Strap was in here for a minute.
What Strap?
Strap that be on Bird Gang, I think.
Have y'all? Hey, Tidy, you seen anything from Strap Brown?
I run into him occasionally on Facebook every blue moon. I bump into him in a group.
Yeah, I ain't. Oh, you know who we talked about, Red? Oh, called us all sellouts when we were talking about Matt Ryan. Y'all some sellouts.
I had a live with him and Eddie before Eddie passed.
Yeah. And man, like I said, thank you guys. Strapped Up 24, Millie Mills, Miss B, James. He peeped in but didn't come in, and that F is on the way to his mailbox. Just everybody, we really appreciate you guys coming through. And to the 10 of you who hung around and wiped all of that cold out of your eyes and stayed awake and drunk whatever it was you drunk in order to make it and keep awake, we really appreciate that. And thanks to everybody that came in on the panel: Tidy, Red, Keely, Winston, Coach.
It kept me up right here, baby.
You got, hey man, I really appreciate it. And everybody, just take care of yourselves. Keep your head on a swivel, because these are some trying times you're living in, whether you believe it or not.
All right, Tidy.
We gonna be all right.
That fuck 'em up.
I don't know what that is, Tidy, but I'm going to ask you what the hell that is. But ladies and gentlemen, have a good morning. It's Thursday morning, just about one day to hump day. 2 weeks before the clock goes back to daylight savings time. So hang on in, be there when it gets here, and enjoy your summer, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.